Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call the Tuesday, May 12th, 2026 regular board meeting for the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Board President Tom Jennings.
Here.
Board Vice President Veronica Miramontes.
Here.
Board Member Jeff Uchida.
Here.
Member Dr. Betty Lusk.
Here.
Member Sarah Ofstedal.
Here.
Board Member Malika Velasquez.
Here.
Board Member Gabriel Sanders is absent.
Thank you. Dr. Diffenbaugh, are there any changes to the agenda?
No proposed changes, Mr. President.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Ofstedal. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, in closed session, we will have a conference with our labor negotiator, Dr. Nunez, agency negotiated California School Employees Association, Monterey Bay Teachers Association, and unrepresented employees. Talk about public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, removal, suspension, expulsion of a student, public employee appointment for supervisor nutrition services. Public comment on closed session items. This is an opportunity for the public to make comments regarding any closed session items within the board subject matter jurisdiction. When the board recognizes a member of the public for oral comments, such comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Are there any public comments? Go ahead.
Oh, it does, yeah. Push on there.
It's green. Awesome. Well, good evening. My name is Liz Camber, and I'm part of the NBTA bargaining team. We appreciate all of the collaborative work that has gone into negotiations this year. Together, we have accomplished a great deal, and now we are finally ahead in bargaining, which has long been a shared goal. Having the district able to budget proactively increases benefits for everyone. We are hopeful and confident that during our May 22nd session, we can come to a 2-year agreement on salary and benefits that demonstrates educators are truly a priority in this district, because we can't wait much longer. We can't wait for district contributions to benefits to become comparable to surrounding districts. Only this year did district contributions for family and +1 coverage rise slightly above $10,000. While many neighboring districts have contributed between $15,000 and $20,000 for the last several years. We can't wait for salaries that no longer place MPUSD educators among the lowest paid in Monterey County, while living and working in one of the highest cost areas of the state. We can't wait for MPUSD to become a district where retention of great educators is visible the moment you walk into a school, where experience, stability, and deep knowledge of students and communities are built over years of staying and growing within the district. We have made important strides. In 2024, the 9% increase helped make us more competitive with neighboring districts, but since then, we have continued to fall behind. With no ongoing salary increase in 2025 and 2026, while the costs of gas, groceries, rent, and healthcare continue to rise, educators are once again simply asking to earn enough to support their families and continue doing the work our students deserve. Our proposal of a 5% increase this year and a 4.5% next year for combined salary and benefits is not arbitrary. Much of that increase will simply keep pace with inflation and rising costs of living. The COLA for 2025 was 2.5%, and for 2026 it is projected at 2.8%, higher than originally forecast. The governor's budget is projected to be stronger than anticipated, and the Prop 98 funding that triggered layoffs may still be restored, so this is a fair ask. It is an investment in recruitment, retention, stability, and ultimately student success. We are asking the district to make educators a true priority and to build a district where attracting and keeping quality educators is not an aspiration, but a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on closed session items? All right. Seeing no one in person and seeing none online, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
That's my background.
Good? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn closed session and reconvene into open session. Per Board Bylaw 9324, this meeting is being recorded and will be broadcasted. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Vice President, is there a report from closed session?
Yes. Does it matter which one I start with?
Does not.
So I'd like to move to approve that student in expulsion case number 252608 be expelled via a stipulated suspended expulsion agreement through and including March 11th, 2027.
Okay, have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Okay,
All right, so for our second one, I move to approve the appointment of Liua Dilke as the Nutrition Services Supervisor for the 2025-2026 school year.
okay. Is there a second? All right, have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Not here tonight. Okay, congratulations. Is that it? One more? Oh, that's all?
That is all.
All
Thank you.
right, perfect, thank you. Okay, we will now move to high school student representatives and start with Central Coast High School.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, and Dr. Diffenbaugh. This is what has been happening at Central Coast High School over the past several weeks. We will be hosting our open house on Wednesday, May 20th at 5 p.m. at the Educational Options Campus. We are excited to show you all we've been up to. Students will be showing off projects such as barbering skills, a car engine built by students, bags made by our students from scrap fabrics, and much more. Dinner will be provided. See you there. Community College and Disney Grad Night Community College and Disney Grad Night visit is tomorrow, May 13th. We are excited to visit two community colleges, Cuesta College and Fullerton College, along the way and tour their campuses. We will then spend the evening at Disney Grad Night to celebrate our senior year. Everyone is excited. Community Schools Update. Mechanics class just launched at CCHS. What started with teaching the basics changed to something more complex. Students wanted to build an engine, so that's what they're doing. Come check out a student-built engine at our open house on Wednesday, May 20th. Our coffee shop is set to open May 19th. It is designed and run by students. This space is more than a coffee shop. It was created to be a space of belonging, connection, and community. The name is Nepantala, an Aztec word that describes being an in-between space, the space where transformation happens. Students are wrapping up their window tint course with IC details. 1 week, they head off campus to learn this trade in a real auto shop. Our free computer and cell phone classes are underway. We're partnered with the adult school and bring this opportunity for families. We currently have about 12 families participating in this free class on Thursday evenings. Our horticulture class with MPC is underway. Students are learning about sustainable practices through hands-on learning and food systems. Thank you for your time.
Am I reading right now? Oh, good to know.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go to Marina High School.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, and Superintendent Dr. Diffenbaugh. My name is Guadalupe Salas, and I'm proud to share the recent events and highlights at Marina High School as of May 12, 2026. To start off, we recently held a bake sale that turned out to be a huge success, which seemed to excite our students. There was an amazing variety of treats like cookies, brownies, and so many other delicious baked goods. Students really showed up to support, and it was great seeing everyone come together and contribute. We also recently had our prom, which from everything I heard went incredibly well. It was a night full of fun, music, and memories that our students will remember for a long time. Huge shout out to the junior cabinet for all their hard work and dedication in planning such a special and well-organized event. Another exciting event was our spring sports rally. The theme was Avatar, the Way of Water, and everyone participated and it blew out, which made the gym look really cool and full of school spirit. There were fun games, loud cheers, and lots of energy from all grade levels. We also had a spirit week leading up to the rally, which made the whole experience even more exciting and got everyone involved. Our school is currently in the process of building a new snack shack, which is something students are really looking forward to. This will help boost school spirit at games and make attending sports events even more enjoyable for everyone. We are also proud to share that Marina High School received the California Explementary Dual Enrollment Award in our county on April 24th. This is a big accomplishment that highlights the hard work of both students and staff in taking advantage of college-level opportunities. Ms. Carney's music class went on a field trip to Music in the Park in Knott's Berry Farm, which is a fun festival where students can enjoy music, perform, and time together outside of school. It's a great opportunity for students to connect and have new experiences. We held an open house on April 30th at 5:30 p.m. There was a community resource fair with organizations like Girls Inc., Partners for Peace, SPCA, and many others. It's a great chance for families to get involved and learn more about the resources in our community. This concludes today's board report. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Go Mariners!
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Seaside High.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and the MPUSD board. We hope everyone had a wonderful day. My name is Giselle Luna. I am a junior class representative. Currently, my favorite thing about Seaside High is all the events that staff are able to plan for us. This is a recap of amazing things that have taken place over the past 2 weeks. Seaside High has been saying goodbye to our senior athletes with senior nights for each individual sport, starting at the end of last month with swim on April 17th. And track and field on April 24th. May kicked off with boys volleyball on May 5th, girls softball on May 11th, and finished off with boys baseball earlier this evening. Congratulations to all our senior athletes on all of your accomplishments. Our leadership class decided to show our Spartan teachers some love and thanks for Teacher Appreciation Week. Freshmen gave teachers starbursts to show bursting with appreciation. Sophomores popped in to say thanks and hand out popcorn. Juniors gave away lollipop flowers to say thank you for helping us grow, and seniors gave them a Hershey's kiss to say goodbye. After 2 full weeks of shows, the SHS Drama Department production of She Kills Monsters concluded with a Sunday matinee this past weekend. She Kills Monsters received rave reviews from students, community members, and teachers. The cast was led by senior Leah Jackson and freshman Sasha Gomez, who plays Sister Agnes Evans and Tilly Evans. The dark comedy combined 90s nostalgia with the sisters' hidden struggles, friendships, and identity. Congratulations to the entire cast on a job well done.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbach, President Jennings, and the MPUSD board. My name is Noy Espino Lopez. I am the junior class treasurer. Currently, my favorite thing about Seaside High right now is planning for our upcoming prom. And this is the second part of our report on all the great things happening in our final weeks of the 25-26 school year. Tomorrow, Wednesday, May 13th, the Red Cross will be on campus helping coordinate a blood drive. Over 40 Seaside students have signed up to donate blood. We have so many Seaside students sign up to donate blood that we have to close registration for the blood drive early. Thank you, Spartans, for helping to make the upcoming blood drive a success. This Saturday, May 16th, we will be having our Night in Rio Paradise prom from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the Elks Lodge in Monterey. We can't wait to have a night of fun, dancing, delicious food, and great Spartan vibes. Lastly, next week will be a busy week at Seaside High with our final food fair taking place on Tuesday, May 19th, and our much-anticipated multicultural Aloha Rally on Thursday, May 21st. Over 20 clubs have signed up to participate in food fair, and this year's multicultural Aloha Rally will be entirely student-led with returning performances from our Latino Club, Pacific Islander Club, and Asian Culture Club, as well as new performances from our Mandarin class. Bastoneras Sin Fronteras Club and Newcomer Club. That concludes the summary of all the great things that have happened recently and all the amazing things that are to come. Thank you for your time. This concludes our board report, and remember, go Spartans!
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Monterey High.
Good evening, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, Board President Jennings, and esteemed board members. My name is Mildred Cordova, Senior Class President this year. Spring sports are coming to an end, and we are seeing some great postseason performance. Girls varsity swim placed second overall at PCAL's championship. For the Gavilan Division, Myla Avila, Ellie Parigin, Dari Ramirez, and Morgan Avila broke a school record in the 200 melee relay. Morgan qualified individually for the 50 free and 100 fly, and Myla qualified in the 100 back. They each got season best times at CCS. The Avila sisters, along with Dari and Elsie DeSalvo, in the 200 free and 400 free relays at the CCS, and also earned season's best time. Boys volleyball played in their first CCS game last night against Soledad and won in 4 sets. They played their next game today against Scar Hart. Nick Cardinelli plays first in PCAL's golf and finished third in the first round of CCS. He competed today in second round and represented Monterey with pride. Ms. Hartfeld was recognized by the Rotary Club of Monterey as one of their 3 outstanding teachers of the year. Our students are taking DP course or in the middle of testing. They have spent 2 years preparing for these exams. We are so proud of the work they have been doing. Huge shout out to the DP teachers and our IB coordinator, Miss A, for all their hard work. The Narcan Saves Lives Club is presenting about the changes they have made on campus this year at the Youth Substance Prevention at Ohana in Ryan Ranch tonight. The spring musical Once Upon a Mattress finished last weekend at the Outdoor Forest Theater in Carmel. It was an amazing show, and it was great to see such an incredible talent from our student actors. As the school year comes to a close, seniors still have a lot to look forward to. Prom this weekend at the Monterey County Fairgrounds, grad night at Disneyland in 2 weeks, and then we are graduating in 3 weeks. And then that's all for this week. Go Doors!
Thank you. All right, we'll now move to public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the Board of Education on matters within the jurisdiction of the board but not on this agenda may do so during the public comment period for up to 3 minutes. Each agenda item is limited to 20 minutes except public comment item 6A, 6B, and 6C, unless a time limit is extended by a vote of the board. Public comments on specific agenda items will be heard under that item. So we'll start with students' public comment.
Good evening, everybody. My name is April.
And my name is Victor.
The The Seaside High School Ocean Defender Club is a small but dedicated group of students that work to prioritize the health of our bay. Since the start of the school year last August, we have picked up trash for a few hours each month, working to clean the beaches in both Monterey and Seaside. We often have fun doing it, and we are amazed by some of the strange things we have found: exercise equipment, kitchen knives, and an hibachi, and most recently some remains of birds. The most common item we find is cigarette butts, which always make us dream about a cigarette-free future. So far this year, we have picked up about 60 pounds of trash from Monterey and Seaside beaches.
Adding on, another function of our club is to work to educate the public about the issues related to the health of the ocean. This year, we put together a special presentation that we gave to the Seaside High School culinary students about California Senate Bill 1383. This recently approved law mandates that businesses and households collect and dispose of food waste in a particular way that helps the states reduce the production of methane and other gases that are dangerous to our environment. It took some hard work to research this and make a presentation, but we learned about the sciences that contributed to the bill being passed. We are here to simply highlight the work of our clubs this year, and also to invite board members to join us on our last beach cleanup of the year. Since the exact date is still to be dated, please watch for a message from our advisor next week. We would love the company and extra help if you can make it. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other student public comment? All right. We'll now go to public comment. Anybody wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Okay, come on in.
Good evening. My name is Angelique Maria Belechi Catania Frontera Simons. My son is a senior at Monterey High School. I am here today to express his wish for the lower classmen of Monterey High School, Marina High School, and all the surrounding high schools that they have security guards on campus. And due to the fact that my son was choked almost to death in class, and no one did a damn thing. So I'm a little angry because changing schedules and keeping students at the high school, that doesn't make sense to me. Having a superintendent, Mr. Diffenbaugh, that just doesn't do anything regarding these two individuals concerns me. What also concerns me, Ms. Ofstettel, is your husband denying us reporting to the police this incident, and my son could have died. He was ready to gasp his last breath. My son's wish is that you guys improve for all these students because they deserve better. I understand that everyone makes high salaries, and that's where the concentration goes. I have a Master of Science in Accounting, a Bachelor of Science in Accounting, minors in Business Administration and Communications. My son has been through enough. Also having students sign documents saying they don't need ambulances if they get injured on the field or injured on school grounds, to me is a travesty. Don't have them sign it, have their parents involved. I'd like to see all the students have their parents in coordination with this school board and every school to be uplifted because they deserve it. Future generations deserve their dreams and their education. My son was denied an AP biology course by Ms. Stubblefield, and it was because he wasn't part of MAOS. He had a 4.0. 4.0. And he is an amazing student. My son has overcome bullying. He's overcome this because I took him to Stanford and I'm a caregiver for the state of California. I have been since 2019 and we went through COVID. He lost his father 5 years ago and we rose. We will keep rising because that's what we do. And my son wants to help every member of the community, just like my great aunt Catherine Ragsdale of Ragsdale Drive did. And she was first city councilwoman of Monterey, and same with my grandmother, Angela Phyllis Catania. And she was one of the first supervisors of Cannery Row. Our history is deep in Monterey, and we are proud of every student, internationally, locally, no matter the money. So please, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right, seeing nobody in person, I'll go online. There's one public comment. Last three of the phone number is 902. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Nina Beatty. First, I'd like to ask that if the phone number, a Zoom phone number, and codes be put on all agendas so that public has access to these meetings and can comment. I want to urge the board to remove the former Monte Vista School from the surplus property list and move the children and staff to that site from Delray Woods School and close and sell Delray Woods, which is next to high voltage power lines which are not safe for students. Power line research finds increased risk for childhood leukemia in proximity to them. In addition, cellular antennas are located on one of the support towers next to Delray Woods. That microwave radiation is carcinogenic and toxic to children and the staff. Monte Vista is a much safer environment. The Wi-Fi in your schools, the cell tower and the flagpole at Seaside High, and the radio tower at La Mesa are a health hazard to all students and staff. I've presented research to the board in the past. I request again that you begin hardwiring all your schools for internet immediately, turn off the electricity to the cell tower at the high school, and protest the La Mesa tower. Your current strong Wi-Fi system may be causing many health and behavior problems on campuses. As trustees, the board should be deeply alarmed. I request action now. In 2012, Santa Cruz County Health Officer said to that county, there are no current relevant public safety standards for pulsed RF involving chronic exposure of the public, nor of sensitive populations, and that would include children, nor of people with metal and medical implants that can be affected by localized heating and by electromagnetic interference. Microwave radiation is wireless radiation. Cell towers, cell phones, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and other wireless devices. It causes cancers, tumors, and DNA damage. The FDA's National Toxicology Program confirmed in 2018 it causes malignant heart tumors and brain tumors. There are cancer clusters around cell towers. The U.S. government knows of the toxicity. The Pentagon has been studying the health effects since radar workers and pilots became ill in the 1950s. The U.S. Navy reviewed over 2,300 references from 1971 and 1973 and found 132 biological and health effects from exposure. And in 1986, the Walter Reed Army Institute for Research stated microwave radiation in the range of 1 to 5 gigahertz penetrates all organ systems of the body and thus puts all organ systems at risk. International researchers and physicians have been warning their governments and the public for years about impacts, including the Austrian Medical Association. Student safety comes first. Children are vulnerable populations, and this radiation exposure sets up students as well as staff for major health problems now and in the future, including infertility. Cancer, as you may know, can take 15 to 20 years to develop and then be visible. Don't risk these students and your staff. Protect them. That's your responsibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll now move to public agency communication. Is there any public agency communication? All right. Seeing none, we'll now go to presentations, recognitions, military liaison, superintendent's report, upcoming events. Status report from the military liaison.
They let us know they're not able to make it tonight.
Okay, perfect. We'll now move to receive presentation on California State Seal of Civic Engagement Program.
All right, I'll turn this over. We have quite a team, including students here tonight. We're very excited about the Seal of Civic Engagement and our work to date to bring this to life. So I'll turn this over to Ms. McIntosh and team.
Superintendent Diffenbaugh, Board of Trustees. As promised, we had written a grant last year to support the State Seal of Civic Engagement in our district. And serendipitously, we had a team member, my colleague here, Tessa Brown, who joined the team and has been instrumental in supporting and more than doubling the amount of students that will be getting the State Seal of Civic Engagement in MPUSD. So without further ado, we have a team that's ready to share their progress.
We're very excited to be here tonight. I don't know if you remember, but a few meetings ago, you approved a resolution around the State Seal of Civic Engagement. One of the key components of the State Seal of Civic Engagement are civic action projects. And over the past few weeks, I think you've been hearing students involved in civic action projects. So hopefully tonight it all comes together for you of like, oh, this is what they've been up to. We have a big team here. We started with a pilot group of teachers. We're currently estimating that we have about 457 students engaged in civic action projects across the district right now. Not all of them are seniors, so not all of them are going to be earning their State Seal of Civic Engagement this year because they have to pass civics to do so. But within the next few years, we're hoping to scale this work and bring it to even more of our students. So Andrew is going to talk a little bit about what the State Seal is, and so I'm going to pass it over to Andrew.
Thank you. All right. So first, what is the seal? So foremost, it's an opportunity for students as they're receiving their high school diplomas to have a state seal that shows that they are civically engaged. And the state, approved by the State Board of Education, identified 5 criteria that all students must, to receive the seal, must complete. So this legislation, I believe, was 2021. About 5 years ago, and really is how can we get more of our young people engaged civically, especially in the climate in which we live, but just period. We know that as we send people off into adulthood, what it means to be 18 years old, how do we prepare them to be civic engaged, not just in voting, but being involved in local politics, being involved in non-governmental organizations, schools, etc. So this is an opportunity that the state identified as being of high import, because we know that when students are more civically engaged, they will more positively impact the communities around them. And so included in those 5 criteria are things along the lines of passing with a 2.0 civics courses, social science, etc., but also some of these civic engagement projects that you're going to hear a little bit about tonight, specifically that we were trying to do here locally, so that this is something that really truly sets our students apart and also gives them enough latitude to find an area that is of interest, that does engage them in a way that is meaningful, authentic, and truly does impact their community.
So just as Mr. Ginniga had been mentioning, there are 5 criteria. These are the 5 criteria that we are asking of our students, that they be engaged in academic work in a productive way, demonstrate competent understanding of U.S. and California constitutions. That's where that requirement of students having passed their civics classes comes into place. So that's why most of our seniors are the ones who are eligible this year. Participate in one or more informative civic engagement projects. So these are the projects that you'll be hearing students present about later on. Demonstrate civic knowledge skills, and then exhibit character traits that reflect civic mindedness through positive impact in the classroom, school, or community, which we're finding is a great fit for a lot of our leadership students, as well as some of our government students at our various sites.
All right, good evening, everyone. And that was Mandy Scorpinetti, who's one of our incredible teammates who's been working in the Civic Engagement Pilot Team. My name is Nikki Long. I'm the civics teacher at Central Coast High School. And then my colleague Stephen Pena here tonight, as well as all these other educators who are listed here, representing every high school in our district. And then you'll see Principal Joe Sampson representing Ord Terrace Elementary as we think about how we can scale this even further throughout our system.
Thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Stephen Pena. I'm the activities director at Monterey High, and I'm along with the other high schools, including Seaside and Central Coast today. You're going to be hearing from students about their specific project work. It was one of the things that we did to conclude our semester in leadership this year for my class, and I'm really excited for you to hear from our student representatives.
Hi, my name is Blake Skinner. For our civics project at Central Coast High School, we look at seniors at our school we look at what seniors need at our school after graduation, and we found that many students do not have access to a laptop, which can make it harder to apply for jobs, college, and other important opportunities. We decided to take civic action by reaching out to our local businesses to help create a laptop fund for our seniors in need, because we believe all students deserve the tools they need to succeed.
Good evening, board members. My name is Penelope Garbowitz, a current leadership sophomore at Monterey High School, and I'm a part of Monterey High Foundation Studio, a civic engagement program dedicated to providing our students with opportunities and teaching life skills that are not typically covered in high school classes. Our program enables students to engage with community partners and develop valuable life skills such as CPR classes we offered last month during our flex time. In the future, we plan to offer additional classes based on demand, including financial literacy and sewing courses.
Good evening, board members. My name is Amelia Mateos Murphy. I'm currently a senior at Monterey High School, and although the rest of my group is not here, I'm here to represent all of them. For my civic engagement project, my group worked to help eliminate food barriers within Monterey County, because we noticed that approximately 34% of residents in Monterey County struggle with food insecurity. We collaborated with Ozio Plaza Apartments, Housing Authority of Monterey County, and Silvery Properties to ensure resources are readily available to their tenants through our organized document that we created. We provided them with addresses, times, and dates of service, contact information, and more in both Spanish and English, so that it is easy to understand for everyone. In the future, we hope to collaborate with broader community groups such as libraries, schools, churches, and more. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Laura Chester. I am a sophomore at Monterey High School. For my civic engagement project, I decided to run a civic literacy campaign for teens on social media called Your Civic Roadmap. The purpose of my account is to make civic literacy a topic that teens feel they can easily participate in without all the confusion surrounding it. Your Civic Roadmap allows teens and anyone else wishing to get involved access to information to make change in their community. It simplifies complex information into smaller bits and pieces to make it easier to understand for everyone. Some examples of the posts that I've done thus far are how to read a board agenda, how to report non-emergency issues to the county or to your city, and how to pre-register to vote. I've also included some interviews with like the CEO of MST, the CEO of Regen, so that people, specifically teens, can understand that they can get involved with local change makers. So together, let's help get teens and everyone else involved and make civic engagement a possibility for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Oliver Albright, and I'm a senior class representative at Seaside High School. I am here to share about my group's Civic Seal project on ocean pollution, with an emphasis on the importance of more recycling bins at our beaches. Our group chose this issue because we noticed how normalized pollution was in our school and community. As part of our project, we visited the Monterey Bay Aquarium and met with one of the guides, cleaned beaches, distributed pamphlets, built a prototype recycling bin, and even researched Disneyland trash cans to learn how we can reduce pollution in their theme park. Through this experience, we learned how we can help the ocean and marine life, I apologize. One impact our project had was that we helped lower the amount of pollution found in our beaches through an organized beach cleanup, and it supported our community members by decreasing the danger of plastic harming the environment and animals. This project showed us the importance of civic engagement because we were able to show people the importance of caring for the ocean through our informational pamphlet. So thank you for allowing students to use our voices to create positive changes in the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Elena Rojas. I am a freshman vice president at Seaside High School. I'm here to share about my group Civic Seal project on school safety and bullying prevention. Our group chose this issue because we noticed we needed to get many more opinions about students' thoughts on the safety our school brings to our community. As a part of our project, we took an action by creating and sharing a survey about school safety. Through this experience, we've learned that a lot of students feel safe, but some want more awareness about bullying. One impact our project had was raising awareness because it helps support students and staff by giving them a chance to share their opinions and concerns. It allowed us to advocate for bullying awareness. This project showed us the importance of civic engagement because speaking up and taking action can help improve our school community. Thank you for allowing students to use their voices to create positive change in the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Christopher Foliaki. I'm a freshman representative at Seaside High School, and I'm here to share my group's Civic Seal project about spreading awareness to the Family Resource Center. Our group chose this issue because we noticed many students or families at the time of our project had not heard or visited the Family Resource Center at our school. As part of our project, we took action by making flyers and videos and posting them online. We also started pushing into classes and give short presentations. We volunteered at the center and led tours during our open house / bean carnival. Through this experience, we learned that the Family Resource Center is a useful resource for families, and many of them are interested in using it now. One impact our project had was touring the community around this center, which supports community members by offering essential supplies and letting more people know about the free essentials this center provides in order to build student engagement and break these barriers down that stops students from coming to school. This project showed us community connections and empowers individuals. Thank you for giving a chance for us students to spread positivity throughout the MPUSD.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and members of the board. My name is Jahida Woods, and I'm a senior at Seaside High School and ASB treasurer. I'm here to share about my group Civic Seal project on the Seaside High School Resource Center. The issue that our group covered was a lack of basic necessities at our school. Our group chose this issue because we noticed students were voicing their needs for hygiene products and clothing in our school community. As part of our project, we took action by asking students to fill out a form to learn about their needs and then contacting local businesses to see if they were willing to donate any of the items that students were indicating that they needed. Through this experience, we learned what our students need and what businesses could provide. One impact we had was contributing more items to the center, such as over 8 bins of clothing, and spreading awareness for the center. It supports students in our community and community members by providing more resources for families to support themselves. This project showed us the importance of civic engagement because it showed us how impactful speaking out and giving back to the community could be. Thank you for giving students the opportunity to use our voices in our school district. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Vanessa Rojo, and I'm this year's senior class president at Seaside High School. I'm here to share about my group Civic Seal project on students' lates and absences. Our group chose this issue because we noticed an excessive amount of lates and absences in our school. As a part of our project, we took action by surveying students on our campus to find the main cause for students' absences and tardies. Through this experience, we learned that students are late or absent because of lack of sleep, because of too much screen time, a lot of homework, and not having a reliable and constant ride to school. One impact our project had was finding a possible solution for students to find a ride to school. This project showed us the importance of civic engagement because it's important to bring into consideration student and community voices and the difficulties they face, to hopefully find viable solutions for them. Thank you for giving students the opportunity to use our voice to create positive change in the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. Thank you.
Clearly, we have some pretty incredible educators and students doing amazing things. Please, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Okay, board, are there questions? Comments? Go ahead, Trustee Hofstadter.
Just a comment that I am a avid fan of your civic engagement. Really nice work. I try to share your stories and your posts, so thank you for that work.
Okay, any other? Go ahead, Trustee Khan.
Yeah, just one question. I was wondering, you mentioned that the plan is to expand, getting students civically engaged into further down, like the middle school and elementary grades. I'm wondering, is that going to be in the form of also projects such as these, or is that going to look different, or is there any idea?
I love that question. Mr. Sampson is exploring what that might look like at the elementary grade levels. The honest answer to your question is I don't know what it's going to look like yet, but the idea that the state gives is that to have some benchmarks, so like a student can earn, instead of earning a state level seal, maybe at the end of middle school they can earn some kind of district seal indicating. So they encourage having some benchmark awards to help students progress along a trajectory of civic engagement.
Okay. Go ahead.
He took my questions.
Okay. You good? Go ahead.
Okay. No, just first of all, I just want to thank the students and our staff for doing such a great job to come and present to us and share what you're passionate about, what you want to be civically engaged about, and how we can take this honestly to the next level. So I'm really excited to hear about opportunities with our elementary and middle school students. In regards to the civic engagement piece of next steps, how can we then teach our students based on their passion of trying to make change in their community? How do you take that to a city council meeting? How do you take that to a school board meeting, supervisors meeting, state advocacy levels, diving into some research about different policies and different ABs and things that are happening across the state. So I'm really excited to see those expansions based on the passion that the students have, hearing about, food barriers, CPR classes, financial literacy, and the ocean pollution, all those things. There are things happening at a larger level and scale And I'm assuming you guys may already be talking about that, but just wanted to amplify and re-encourage those efforts as well. And then shout out to the Civic Roadmap on Instagram, because I do follow you guys, and it's really amazing to see the work that's happening there. Thank you.
All right, board, any other comments? Hold on, we'll come to public comment in a minute. Thank you. All right, board, are there any other comments? Go ahead, Trustee Blas.
Is there any way to see all of the projects? Like, are they online anywhere, or?
Students are submitting the projects through a form. If the board wants me to share that with them, I'm sure that can be arranged to click on the links and see the different projects.
Thank you.
Okay.
That actually, thank you, Trustee Velasquez. That was the question that I was going to ask. The other question has to do with the number. I think I heard 400 and what?
57.
457. That's all levels, freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors.
Yes.
How many seniors do we have that qualify for this seal?
So it's not going to be a surprise to you that seniors are still submitting their projects. I know you're not surprised by that, Dr. Lusk.
I'm not. As a high school principal, I'm not.
Right now we have, I'm going to put it in the ballpark of between 50 and 100. And I know that's kind of a wide range, but we're waiting for seniors to submit projects, so.
For them to submit those projects.
The end of the month, the end of the month.
End of the month, okay, all right. Graduation is around the corner.
All right. Any other from the board? Any other comments? All right, we'll now go public comment. I am going to start online first with Supervisor Askew. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Wendy Root Askew, former MPUSD board member, currently your District 4 County Supervisor. And I am just over here like joyfully watching these presentations and the smiles on the faces of the board members and our teachers and our administrators. I just want to send a message to the students and let you know that there's so many opportunities to be engaged in your local community beyond the confines of the classroom. We're across the county, 25 departments, our city governments, our special districts. We want you to come be a part of these agencies. We want you to come learn about all of these incredible mission-driven careers that exist right here in our community. We need you to come and learn about these opportunities to serve your neighbors so that you can go on, get your education, and then come back home and work with us locally. But it's just really incredible to hear the projects that you've started with, and I want to encourage MPUSD and the team to don't hesitate to reach out beyond the confines of the classroom. I can speak for all of the electeds. We've got hundreds of them locally serving in many different capacities, and we're so excited to be a part of your learning, and we're waiting to hear from you. So please call on us, bring us into your classrooms, bring us into your learning, set up one-on-one meetings. We're happy and excited to support your depth of growth in our community. And to the MPUSD team, I continue to just be overjoyed watching the work that's done on behalf of our community, and I just want to say thank you again and again and again. So keep up all the good work. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment, either in person or online? If you have public comment, please come up to the microphone.
I just want to applaud all the I don't know if this is on. I just want to applaud all the students that are making a huge difference, but I want to encourage them because my son also has participated in all the Central Coast charities to elevate. You have the ocean cleanups, you have definitely address Rising for I know Jim Panetta and Senator Laird also are working for our oceans. And to go to those meetings and make your voices known, students, because they matter. Generation Z, you can make a difference. And I know that you can lead the way, especially amidst the chaos right now in our country. Just walk with everything and always raise your voices. But I do want to applaud this program because it is very vital for all students to feel empowered in a safe environment. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item?
Buenas noches a toda la mesa directiva.
Good evening, Board.
Les doy gracias porque por todos los frutos que han estado haciendo cambios en la Seaside High School
I thank you for all the fruits that have been shown throughout the high schools,
y especialmente a la directora de Educación Especial
especially Director of Special Ed.
porque ha hecho muchos cambios
There's a lot of changes she's made,
y los he visto.
and I've seen them.
So, ha servido venir a las juntas personalmente y estos cambios son grandes.
It's helped me, it's helped me personally to grow, coming to the board meetings, and I've seen these growths.
Y quiero felicitar al director de la high school porque es una persona muy insistente.
I want to congratulate the principal of Seaside High. He's very persistent.
Y quisiera también que nos motivaran a los estudiantes que están participando en diferentes clubs, ayudas, para que se sientan motivados premiándonos aquí en la mesa directiva.
And I would encourage encourage the youth who are participating in clubs to come to the board and be awarded a certificate recognition before the board.
Porque eso a los estudiantes los hace sentir, oh, me gané un premio, puedo seguir estimulándolos.
That stimulates the students as they are acknowledged receiving a certificate. That encourages them.
Lo estoy viendo aquí con Jen, el muchachito de high school,
I see this happening with Jaden.
porque soy admiradora de él.
I just admire Jaden.
So, les doy gracias por toda la ayuda.
I thank you for all the help.
Y sí se puede.
And yes, we can.
Gracias.
Excellent. Any other public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you guys very much for the presentation. And we will now move to superintendent reports, upcoming events. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Thank you very much. I have some upcoming events to report. So one is our last District English Language Advisory Committee, or DLAC, at Martin Luther King Jr. It's May 27th. So we're hoping that folks will come. Please participate. Dinner and childcare is provided. We also have graduations coming up. The ceremonies will be at the fairgrounds for all the high schools on Friday, June 5th. 2026. These are ticketed events, so please secure your ticket from a graduate and please join us. We also have the Recommit to the Future ceremonies, promotional ceremonies for our TK8s and middle schools. Those will happen on Thursday, June 4th at various different sites, so please check the flyer, but please come and support our promoting students. Open houses, many have already happened, although some are still to come. So on our website and on these flyers, we have the different dates. Please come if you're a parent or just a community member, want to see what's happening in our schools. We invite you to come to our open houses. Finally, I just wanted to share this video. April was Bilingual Multicultural Learner Advocacy Month, and we created this video just to support our community in valuing and highlighting bilingual and multiculturalism.
This April, we celebrate many languages,
cultures, and stories that make our schools and community stronger.
Happy National Bilingual and Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month. I am bilingual. Yes, yerku lezugita.
I am bilingual. Yo soy bilingüe.
I am bilingual.
Soy bilingüe. I am bilingual.
Soy bilingüe. I am bilingual. Yo soy bilingüe.
being bilingual and multilingual
helps people communicate and connect with more people. I'm bilingual. Zama MPUSD.
I'm bilingual. I am bilingual.
Soy bilingüe.
I'm bilingual.
Soy bilingüe.
私は3カ国語を話します。
Being bilingual builds confidence by helping people express themselves in more than one language.
It opens doors to more opportunities for school, work, and travel.
I'm bilingual. 한국말로 할 수 있다.
It helps people connect, feel included, and share ideas.
It helps understand
cultures and communities. I'm bilingual. I'm bilingual.
I am bilingual. Eu parlo duolingue.
Marunong akong magsalita ng dalawang wika. I am bilingual.
I'm bilingual.
Soy bilingüe. I am bilingual. Yeah, it's four-spoken. I'm bilingual.
私は2カ国語を話します。I'm bilingual.
Soy bilingüe.
I'm bilingual. Soy bilingüe.
Yo soy bilingüe.
Somos bilingües.
I am bilingual. Yo soy bilingüe.
I'm bilingual. Soy bilingüe.
I'm bilingual! Yes! Ako ay bilingual!
That's my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. That's awesome. All right. We will now move to conference discussion and action. Item A, we will discuss and adopt resolution 25/26-28, recognition of Teacher Appreciation Week and California Day of the Teacher. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you very much. We have a resolution, as we've done every year, to highlight Teacher Appreciation Week and California Day of the Teacher. But this year, instead of me reading we wanted the students to be able to contribute to share what they appreciate about their teachers. So we made a little video and we'd like to share it. I'm here at Los Arboles Middle School celebrating Teacher and Classified Appreciation Weeks. And I thought it'd be nice to just hear directly from our students what they appreciate about MPUSD staff. Tell me what you appreciate about your teachers.
For me, I like to appreciate how they let us talk to our friends for help and they give us advice on what to do in class and
Okay, what I appreciate about my teachers is that they help me and they teach us things and they try their best to help us understand things.
What do you appreciate most about them?
I appreciate my teachers because they keep me safe. They give me a lot more knowledge than what I have.
What do you appreciate about your teachers?
I appreciate how understanding and how patient they are with us to help us learn subjects better.
What do you appreciate about your teachers?
That they're very nice and that they help me with my work.
They're super respectful. They show positivity and their fairness.
They're very resourceful, so if you need help on assignment, then they don't make you feel scared to ask them.
So we have our resolution, so if we could have our MVTA president come up to accept it. Great.
Thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. This is a action item, so board, is there a?
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Uchida and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Is there any public comment on this item? Before I forget. All right, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next, it's discuss and adopt Resolution 25/26-29, recognition of California's, no, recognition of Classified School Employee Week. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, so we're celebrating our classified week, May 17th through 23rd. And we know that CSEA has a great festivities that we're all invited to, so look forward to celebrating with them. We have a formal resolution as well, but we also have the students interview as well, so I'd like to play this for the classified staff. I'm here at Los Arboles Middle School celebrating Teacher and Classified Appreciation Weeks. And I thought it'd be nice to just hear directly from our students what they appreciate about MPUSD staff.
Even though they're not teachers, they act like teachers, they help us, and they help us learn every day something new.
Yeah, they're kind of like older brothers.
Give a shout out to Gabriel because he's a staff member here and I've known him for a while and he's like a very nice guy and he's also my coach for flag football and he's just a very good guy.
I say the custodians are valuable to me because they clean up and they don't keep the school messy. And I want to give a shout out to the campus monitors because they keep us safe and don't let us get hurt.
Classified staff, like they also like help us, like they respect us and like
Appreciate what they do for the school, trying to keep it clean, even though we don't really keep it clean as much. They help keep the school clean and keep the kids helpful and safe.
Yeah, I find it amazing that they can just work all day just to keep us safe, and they don't get nearly as much appreciation or respect as actual teachers do. But we've also got to give appreciation to the people that are keeping the students safe while going through break or going through lunch, or the people that sign you in, take the numbers, put on different graphs, and actually give you the grades. Awesome.
So we have our resolution, and we'll make sure it gets to our CSEA president.
I'm fine.
Oh, she's here.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Where are we hiding behind?
Excellent. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for that. That is the first time we had the district do anything for either of our labor, and it was just beautiful. And I can't wait to share that with our membership because we do work really hard and we do it for our students regardless of where they are working in the district. And so, thank you. Yeah, you've seen me cry enough times. I did bring you guys pins. It's exclusive. We're still working on getting them out to our members because I just got them on Monday. But it's our pin for Classified School Employee Week, which is Students Thrive, where classified employees work. So I'm going to hand them out real quick, if that's okay.
Okay. All right. And while that's going on, is there any other public comment? Okay, no more public comment, then I'll go to the board. Is there comments on this? Go ahead.
So I have to make a comment, just being a former MPUSD student and the fact that you were at Los Arboles. So I wrote down something really quick, because there were 6 teachers in MPUSD that I will never forget, and they were very special. Well, actually 5 teachers and 1 classified employee. So Miss Bushy, who taught me how to write a rich story. Mr. Swartz, who taught me poetry. Mr. Slauson, one of the greatest math teachers ever that taught me to think outside of the box. Miss Sweet, who taught me how to use my voice. Miss Landis, who taught me the beauty in my culture and other cultures. And Mr. Woods, the custodian at my elementary school, who taught me the importance of standing up to your bullies. So I really like the fact that we had these 2 resolutions, and when I was going through the agenda, looking at that, it made me think back to those memories of those administrators, and of course, Mr. Woods being one of my favorite, just because he's like, no, you don't run from bullies, you stand up, you face them. He's like, and you'll notice that when you face them, they back down, and he was right. So, and may he rest in peace, because he did pass away, but yeah, so that was my comment.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Lusk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just really want to express my heartfelt thanks to our teachers and to our support staff, our certificated and classified staff. Make us as leaders and who we are successful for the kids that we serve. And I can recall being a high school principal at Seaside, and I would walk into my office at 6:30 in the morning, and classified staff would have all of the items that I needed to address related to what students were doing and where they were doing it. And, so, and students always wondered, gosh, Dr. Lusk, how did you know this? How did you know that? Hey, those custodians were my eyes and ears and what have you. And my, the secretary, everyone just really created the team that ensured the success of our students. So my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for the work that you have done, you continue to do for the students that we serve, because we could not do it without your support. So congratulations, and I can say more, but I won't until I want to make the motion. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to move to adopt the resolution 25/26-29, recognition of Classified School Employees Week, and the board will be bringing a basket, okay?
I'll second that motion.
All right. A motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, we'll now move to discuss and adopt Resolution 25/26-30, recognizing May 26th as National Mental Health Awareness Month. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, so this is another resolution coming before to recognize Mental Health Awareness Month. As you know, the board and district has invested heavily in mental health supports for our students. And we have Mr. Everett here who can talk a little bit about the impact that that's had, but we felt it was worthy of bringing this forward to the board just to highlight to the entire community the importance of mental health and that we as a district value and support our students in their mental health.
Thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. Good evening, Board President Jennings, Board of Trustees. It's an honor for me to be able to share with you this resolution this evening. Although I don't have an amazing video that you just saw, I know that you've heard from many of our staff, our families, our students over the past couple of months about the impact that mental health services have been for them. It is a pleasure, and I feel very fortunate to be a part of a district that has prioritized mental health services across our district. In fact, I was here a little late, just came from the Substance Youth Prevention Symposium over at Ohana, and many of our school sites had clubs presenting on the work that they're doing, which is just amazing. And so I just want to acknowledge our mental health staff, who are incredible individuals who work tirelessly every day providing direct services, pushing into the classroom, providing trainings, information, leading clubs, facilitating groups on campus, providing individual services, and supporting day-to-day on many, many different challenges that come up. And I want to thank you as a board as well for supporting the efforts that we have over the years and really developing, creating a unique and extremely, I would say, one of the best mental health support, school-based mental health support programs in our region. So we bring this resolution before you in celebration of the amazing work that is being done across our school district.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board on this item? Questions or comments from the public on this item? come on up.
Yeah, my name is Angelique Simon, or Angelique Belleci Catania Frontera Simons. We're also Cardinale, La Sala, we're everywhere. But I did want to just say that I think improvements can be made to the mental health for MPUSD. I've heard from a lot of students across many high schools because they've come to me for advice on where they can go and what they can do. I would like to encourage the board to have maybe anonymous tip lines and also to check in. There's a good skill counselor at Monterey High School. She is outstanding. And my son, Raphael Joseph Moncrief, just has so many good words to say. I think her name is Rochelle, but she does a great job. And we really admire people that go above and beyond. My son has done mental health counseling ever since he was 10 years old at Pacific Grove High School and Pacific Grove USD. But I believe we make a difference by providing the strength and the people for students to reach out to. So I just wanted to highlight that the school counselor at Monterey High School, excellent, but students want more. So, and they are scared right now, and they want to use their voices, but they're coming to, and I'm a parent and a native of the Monterey County area, and I'm glad they come to me so I can guide them to good people that make a difference for all students. So I just wanted to let you know. Have a great day.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item?
Yeah,
All
just
right, go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to say from the student's perspective, I'm a student at Monterey High, and kind of echoing what the previous comment was saying, at least at Monterey High, I can attest to how great I've had experiences through our resources on campus. I mean, just from freshman year of health class, where they told us all about, you know, like the different resources that are available in our community. And then other than that, you know, our own mental health counselors, I've felt like I also echo that they go above and beyond just what, you know, their job description might say. It's very, they're very like welcoming, inviting, and I feel like so welcomed by them. And I always see their offices full of students, and I think that's just, I mean, it's a great thing that we have that there for them, because, you know, without them, the students would still need someone to go to, but just not have them on campus, and not everyone, you know, outside of school can maybe afford like private counseling or something like that. So it's just such a great like resource to have on campus for the students.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions from the board? Any other public comment on this item?
Can I just address?
You've already addressed this item, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Lusk, go ahead.
I just want to acknowledge the fact that we appreciate, Mr. Everett, the program that the district now has because of your efforts and what have you. And I'm grateful to say that this program is effective not only at Monterey High School, it is effective at Marina High School, at Seaside High School, because students' issues are being addressed by counselors throughout our district, and that has not been a consistent process in past years. I want to just really acknowledge that. Our multi-tiered program addresses the needs of students who are just at the beginning stages of confusion and not knowing what to do and how to do it, and who to go to. And it continues to the top level of providing those exceptional staff members throughout our district, not just at the high school level, but the middle and the elementary levels as well. Starting with our teachers as well as those counselors that have that specific responsibility. So thank you for this program that has been created within MPUSD these past years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Lusk. Any other comments? All right. This is a discuss and adopt. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from trustee Hofstadel and a second from vice president. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, next we will have a public hearing regarding Big Sur Charter School Renewal Petition. I will open the public hearing. Dr. Giffen.
Yes, thank you very much. Items D and then subsequently E have to do with Big Sur Charter School renewal. The first step is a public hearing. Once the public hearing is closed, we would move to item E, and then that's when staff will give their report on this renewal petition.
Okay, is there any public comment on the Big Sur Charter School Renewal Petition?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Amy, and I'm the director of Big Sur Charter School. And first, I want to say this was a great board meeting for us to come to. What we've seen, oh, everybody's gone, all the kids left, but anyway, what we saw of the kids, there's a couple here maybe, the videos that Dr. Diffenbaugh did, those were fantastic. Just everything has been really nice to see. So I want to thank you guys for taking the time to thoughtfully review our petition and expedite the timeline. That's meant a lot to us. It's been a trial of a year for us to get this charter renewal approved. And it's been a conversation, I think, over the years, so I'm not sure we all expected to be here doing this together, but here we are, and I felt like I had to do what I needed to do to keep the charter school's doors open and our students, you know, having a school and all of that. So there was one concern that I wanted to address ahead of time that was in the staff report while I had the opportunity, and that was regarding the charter school's demographics. We've never had to compare ourselves to MPUSD, so we're looking forward to putting together and working diligently on a plan to achieve the racial balance that mimics MPUSD. And just thank you for the time, and I look forward to having further conversations and hope that we have exceed your expectations as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, I will close the public hearing. We will now move to item E, discuss and approve the Big Sur Charter School Renewal Petition.
Yes, thank you. So this is the item to discuss and approve the charter. Wanted to give a little bit of history, although it is fully outlined in the staff report. But essentially, Big Sur Charter was founded approved by Big Sur Unified in 2008, and then was subsequently renewed again and renewed in 2018. During that time, Assembly Bill 1507 passed and essentially said that a charter school operating outside of the agency in which it was gave them the charter had a few options. One was to get a letter from the district in which they reside to continue to be chartered by an outside agency, which Big Sur Charter did, and then go back to their chartering agency when their charter was subsequently up, which was extended to 2026. Big Sur Charter did go to Big Sur Unified to seek approval and was denied by Big Sur Unified, then did appeal to the county. The county would not hear their appeal, given some technicalities or some legal interpretations, and therefore then Big Sur Charter is now coming to us, in which they reside within our district. It is, in my view, unusual that a charter school could come to renewal from a district that did not grant its original charter. But that is clearly what AB 1507 says is possible. And so that is what is occurring. Secondly, deemed by the state, the Big Sur charter is a high-performing charter based on the criteria that the state uses. Once you're considered a high-performing charter, the criteria is very clear that for a renewal charter, that absent some other finding, a high-performing charter should be renewed in its renewal application. So we are faced with this situation where there's a renewal to us from a charter we did not originally approve, and there's very limited flexibility given by the law of what a charter, what a board should do with a high-performing charter seeking renewal. So with those factors, the staff is recommending approval of this charter. I think, as I mentioned, it's difficult to conceive of a renewal of a charter that you did not originally approve. And secondly, as was mentioned by the executive director and outlined in the staff report, staff does have concerns about the current demographics of the school not being reflective of the larger MPUSD community, and that at least to date, the strategy has been to exist by word of mouth, which tends to recreate your existing student body in terms of their demographics. By the state's data, there wasn't a single English learner enrolled in Big Sur Charter School. That's very troubling that would be the case for a charter that exists within MPUSD boundaries, but that is the case. However, given what has been described above, both with state law and state criteria, we are recommending approval of this charter.
Okay, any comments, questions from the board on this item? Go ahead, Trustee Blasco.
I do have a question in regards to the continuity of the student body, and that's only because I've kind of researched this because my son is not in district. He actually attended a charter, and one of the things that we were finding is that with some charter schools, the initial student body did not continue until the last grade of the charter in regards to diversity. So you would have students, say like from the Latino community or Black community that started the charter but did not finish. There was also an issue in regards to students with special needs where charters were trying to figure out a way to get rid of those students, saying they can't support them even though they were public charters. And so I was, in regards to looking through the report, I did see, not the staff report, but the report from the Big Sur Charter, I did notice that there were places where I just only mentioned white, Latino, and then students from disadvantaged communities and students with, I guess, special needs. And then in other parts, you would see Black students or Japanese students. So it kind of seemed, I was trying to figure out why it was like those became the main labels that you were using. But then when you did talk about race, you did, have, I guess, some mention, but it wasn't, there wasn't a continuity to it. But also, again, in regards to the student body, is there continuity to the student body to where the students that start, how many actually finish?
So two parts to that. So the first part is, let's see, I'll go back. So the reason that we only address some of the student populations, we only have 100 students in the school. So a lot of that data isn't publicly available. And so our demographics, we don't have a whole lot of, we've got a high population of Hispanic students. We've got a high population of students with disabilities, average 13%, I think. And then with socioeconomically disadvantaged, I think we're about 30% right now. So those are our main populations. So to address every single ethnicity in the school would wouldn't have worked out for the report.
Okay.
So I hope that addresses that piece of it. And then the second part, as far as the continuity of students, once people find the charter school, they tend to stay in the charter school. So however they come across the school, and I would beg to differ with Dr. Diffenbaugh that word of mouth kind of stays in their population of people. So we've had a lot of, for example, special education families talking to other special education families. Well, that is population to population. It's a diverse population when it comes to demographics. We have a lot of military families that are talking to military families, but there's a lot of diversity in that population as well. So that's why we've kind of stuck to the word of mouth, because it's maintained a lot of those demographics for us, and reaching out to other families as we try to. Yeah, does that answer that? I
Yes,
don't
it
have any
does.
data for you like right now, but we are promoting one 8th grader who happens to be Hispanic that came in TK, and he's leaving 8th grade. So
Is there any way, should you guys be approved tonight, is there any way to provide that information in the future in regards to the continuity?
we can definitely start tracking it, and we can look back in our student information system.
All
Yeah,
right, thank
yeah,
you.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Go ahead, Trustee Kahn.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what reasons there might have been, or if we even know why Big Sur Unified originally didn't approve their renewal.
I can answer that. The AB 1505, AB 1507 that Dr. Diffenbaugh addressed, they had a similar interpretation that the county did, as far as them being able to approve our school when we were operating outside of their district. So it became a little bit of a legal argument, and I think PK and I kind of went back and forth between that too. So it's kind of a hot button issue legally that happened back in the day. So that's the reason that they didn't approve us. Was it a kind of a legal location issue?
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the board? Go ahead.
Is there a reason why you guys have maintained the Big Sur name, being that you are operating outside of them? And now, of course, if we approve it, you would be operating under MPUSD, so are you guys still going to continue the Big Sur name, or?
We will eventually change the name. We didn't have the time to do that in order to get the charter approved.
Okay.
So it would have we'd have to change our nonprofit. We'd have to do a lot of stuff, everything. So there is definitely a plan to change the name. We just need to come up with a good one first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Ofsted.
Since this is my first time going through this process, does this approve a 5-year charter?
Yeah, we are recommending a 5-year charter. It's open to either 5 or 7 years as a high-performing renewal. But given that this will be our first time chartering this charter, we're recommending the 5 years.
So then a follow-up question is, if they remain a high-performing charter, and yet the student population at that 5-year mark is not reflective of our student demographics, what kind of, I guess my expectation is by that 5-year mark that you can show efforts, even if you don't meet that mark, things like that come with the data to show us, those efforts that you're trying to serve our actual community.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lusk?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. So with this approval, is it possible that we can establish some conditions? One of those areas that I am concerned about is maintaining the Big Sur name, if we are approving it. And is it possible for us to have set a condition that with a time frame that the staff will address and provide for us an update on where they are in changing that name within the 5-year period? I'm not comfortable with letting it be an entire 5 years before that happens.
Yeah, let me, we have with us Ed Scalar, who is our attorney from Lozano Smith, who is a charter school expert. So I don't know if you heard that question, but I'll repeat it, Ed, is that are there conditions we can place while approving this charter, such as that the name will change within a certain amount of time, or other conditions around demographics shifting over time? Is that permissible?
Yeah, generally the law does not recognize a conditional renewal. However, you know, we could enter into an MOU with them that would lay out one of the terms being that there would be a change of the name, and also that they would be implementing the recruitment plan for diversity that's expected or mentioned in the staff report. So what we could do is renew their petition with the condition that within 30 days we've reached an MOU that has been negotiated between the superintendent and the charter school.
All right. You good, Dr. Lusk? All right, go ahead, Vice President.
Just a quick question. Is 5 years the minimum? We couldn't go lower?
Yes, as a high-performing charter, 5 years would be the minimum. Ed, just confirm that that's correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It's between 5 and 7 years. Okay. And it's up to this board's discretion as to whether it's 5, 6, or 7 years.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right, how about,
So, Mr.
Go ahead, Dr. Lusk.
So in our motion, we need to determine whether it's 5, 6, or 7 years? Is that what I heard clearly? Whatever
Yes,
the
staff
motion-
is recommending 5 years, but
Good.
yes, in the motion, we should make that clear.
Very clear, okay. Along with the answer to, okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank
Trustee
you.
Osto.
So, is the timeline such that it does need to be approved tonight, or can we wait to see the MOU and approve both at the same time at a later date?
So, do you want me to address that?
Yes, please.
So you've asked a question that's raised an issue statewide as to how long a school board has to review and take action to renew a renewal petition. If you ask me, I think the law clearly states that this board has 90 days to take action. However, there is litigation going on around the state where the charter school community has alleged that the statute is clear that, or says that it's clear that the renewal and action by this board must take place within 60 days. We're coming up on the 60-day mark. In the height of caution and just to be conservative, the superintendent is asking this board to take action within the 60 days.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, I'll go ahead and ask for public comment. Oh, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Lusk.
We're coming up on the 60 days, is that what I'm hearing? And so where are we with the timeline? I'd like to know specifics. Do we have additional time to review and to ensure that the MOU is created and what have you before we have to vote? So that's the answer I need. Do we have time to make sure all of that is in place?
If we're going by the 60-day timeline, we do not have time. That we're coming up on the 60 days. I believe it's.
We submitted on March 18th.
Yeah, so I believe it's within a week's time or so. So if we go with the 60 days. If we go with the 90 days, then yes, we do have time. So it just depends on your interpretation. As Mr. Scolar said, it's currently being, litigated. There is a perspective that if a district allows 60 days to pass without taking action, then a charter is automatically renewed. And so if we allow the time to pass, then we are opening up for that argument. But as Mr. Scolar said, we do have 90 days within our interpretation of the statute. So there is some differing perspectives on that. I do believe that we can work out an MOU with Big Sur. So I don't anticipate that being an issue. But it is, up obviously to the board which interpretation they want to take.
Okay, go ahead.
Great discussion. I know we talked about certain conditions. Do we need to list or kind of state those conditions now since we're trying to vote on certain things? If so, one of which is wondering if we could limit the number of students that they enroll, ensuring like the type of duplications of programs, at least announcing what type of programs they have, and if that's a duplication ourselves within the district. And I think we already talked about demographics, but those are some of the things I'd like to see.
I can answer those questions. I'm right here. So the way that our program is set up, we're a non-classroom based charter school that operates a hybrid program. So our students come 2 days a week to our learning center for their primary math and language arts instruction that's taught by our credentialed teachers. Our class sizes are limited for kindergarten through 8th grade to 15 students per class and 10 students for TK. At home, it's a home education program where they're doing science and social studies with their families. Our students get art once a week with our art teacher, and they participate in our coastal stewardship program, which is our outdoor education program, weekly out in the field all across Monterey County. So that's our program. So there is no other program like it in Monterey County at all. So it's not duplicated. As far as enrollment goes, for non-classroom based schools, we're allowed to have a 25-to-1 ratio. So we can only enroll with our 5 students. I have no plan, and Dr. Diffenbaugh knows this too, I have no plan of growing the charter school any bigger. I like the size that it is. Our 100 plus students gives me an opportunity to get to know all of the students. I have 5 teachers, a handful of classified staff, and so we're not gonna get bigger than 125. I told my school board, if you want more than 125 kids, you're gonna have to fire me and find somebody else to run the school. So that's our maximum.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the board? Go ahead, Dr. Lusk.
How many of the 125 students, and I just really need to know the facts, how many of the 125 students are special needs students, are artistic students?
Right, so we're at about, 13 to 15, that's my assistant director over there. We're about 13 to 15% special education. I think we've got 100 students, I've got 14 students on my caseload, so 14%. I'm the special education teacher for the school as well. And what was the other, I missed the other part of your question.
Well, I said special needs, and then I specifically said artistic.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that off the top
okay.
of my head. But so special needs, we have about currently 30% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, like I said earlier.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments, questions from the board?
No.
All right, how about public comment?
I have not read the staff report, so this is just kind of based on or current. We had gone through another charter coming in. It's really difficult for me to understand that if we did not approve it, how we are able to renew it. I also am very hesitant. I understand the staff findings are recommendations, but I haven't heard anything exceptionally different from what we offer. The other concern is thinking about special ed. I don't know if this is the same thing, but we just talked about how our psychiatrists have to go and service the other schools. No, it doesn't affect that. Sorry. That is a concern of mine, that our resources become stretched in some ways that don't benefit or the success of our students. And yeah, I mean, we kind of just went through this, and I understand that we want to have a lot of opportunities for students, but if there is nothing that is exceptionally new, and it's very concerning about the demographics, and it's very concerning because a lot of times charter school boards are not as transparent, and there can be a lot of things that happen within that. I just have a lot of concerns with MPUSD taking this on. Thank you.
So real quick about the difference. So a difference in program. So the last charter that applied to the county was a new charter, and being a new charter, you part of the criteria in which you could potentially deny as a new charter was whether the program was substantially different from other things offered. My understanding is based on a renewal and being a high-performing, designated a high-performing renewal, that the that criteria of whether it is a different offering than what a school district offers is not a criteria you can use to deny the charter. Mr. Sklar, can you confirm that my interpretation is?
Yeah, that's 100% correct. So one of the things that came about in the Charter Schools Act reform that occurred in 2019 is that one of the elements you can look at in regard to whether or not to grant an initial petition, as the superintendent said, is you look at community interest. Is it in the community interest? And one of the things that you look at within community interest is it duplicative, or is it simply duplicative of district programs? And so that element and that criteria for denying an initial petition, the law precludes this board from looking at that for purposes of a renewal petition.
Okay. All right. Any other public comment on this item? Let's go online. We'll go to Supervisor Askew.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. This is Wendy Root Askew, and I am still with you watching this application process. It sounds like the district is faced with a very difficult decision, and given the financial realities facing school districts across this state and the overlapping legislation around charter schools, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of options specifically, but what I would encourage Big Sur Charter to do and hope that the district can look at ways potentially over the next 5 years to minimize the financial losses of lost student enrollment to the degree that you can put an MOU in place that very clearly outlines the limitations while legislation continues to evolve over time. And I would encourage, I think, the charter schools that are operating within MPUSD to think about the opportunity to become an MPUSD, a district dependent charter, if there are ways to do that, so that the services, the needs of all of the students that exist in the district can be met. And of deep concern when I'm listening to the presentation I think we talk about SPED numbers in terms of a total percentage, but the severity of SPED needs and the cost of severity dramatically differs from one student to another. And I think that those details need to be looked at, the details around socioeconomic status, the details around how students enroll, and where the needs of the students are greatest is deeply concerning because we find ourselves in a situation where the district is more and more left with students who have higher and higher needs with higher and higher costs, and the less expensive students or students who have lesser needs with lesser costs are finding themselves outside of the district. And so I want to go on record with concern about what I'm hearing, and also recognize that it doesn't sound like there's a lot of opportunity for flexibility in the decision that's in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? All right, we'll close that and come back to the board. This is a discuss and approve. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one question. Dr. Diffenbaugh, you mentioned that there was like we need like a reason to, if we are going to deny, and that reason has to be in. It sounds like there's a list of reasons there might be, and I was just wondering, it would be helpful if we could get that list. I mean, of those reasons that we're allowed to like deny the renewal for, just to see if any of those fit the
Sure.
Yeah, our reasoning.
Ed, can you give the reasons for a school distinguishes?
Denial of a high-performing charter school.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just real quick, the state puts charter schools that are coming up for renewal into 3 separate buckets. Low performing, there's a criteria for them actually getting renewed. There's a presumption they won't be renewed. That's low performing charters. Then there's a middle bucket, middle tier charter schools that comprises most of the charter schools in the state. And there's a certain criteria or certain findings that must be made to deny them. And then there are the high performing charters as determined by CDE based on dashboard performance. This is where we fall. There is a presumption that high performing charter schools are going to be renewed. There is the narrow exception to that in general is if the board finds that there have been either significant fiscal concerns, significant governance concerns, or the concern that they have not admitted or enrolled all students who want to admit in the school, who want to be enrolled in the school. One of the ironies of all of this, I guess irony is the word, is that they've come to you because you are the charter, the district where they existed. So they come to you for a renewal, and you really have no idea as to what their fiscal condition is, their governance condition, or if there's been governance concerns, or if they're not admitting all students. And you have to give them an opportunity to remedy that before you take action, at least 30 days before you take action on the renewal. All of that said, the district, like I haven't heard, and the district staff hasn't heard of any significant fiscal concerns, operational concerns, or that there is actually students not being enrolled in the school who want to be enrolled in the school. And so without that, that's like the very limited basis upon which you can deny a high-performing charter school. Without those facts to support it, yes, we are in the position where we don't have, or I don't believe that we have a sufficient basis to deny the charter school on any of those grounds. But that's what it is, fiscal concerns, governance concerns, or they're not enrolling all students who want to attend.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a follow-up comment, I would just say, I just feel like we should be cautious and try to fully understand what effects this might have on our district by like fiscally, and just fully understand that before we approve.
Okay.
Yeah, so we do have the 90-day window that if the board would prefer to not take action tonight and instruct staff to continue to look at these issues, come back within the 90-day window, that is something that the board could elect to do. And we could, attempt to, continue to further analyze, attempt to meet and hash out an MOU that we could then bring back that might deal with some of the concerns around total number of students, diversity, special education, et cetera. So that is an option that the board can consider, and we can do our best to come back in 90 days. I think we would just want to emphasize what Mr. Scolar just mentioned around a pretty narrow criteria, for denial that the law stipulates.
Okay. I'm a law-abiding citizen. But tonight, I am not comfortable in voting to approve this charter without getting the information that you've just outlined, Dr. Diffenbaugh. And if we can extend this to the 90-day cycle, I would be comfortable in having the questions answered that we've asked. I would also be comfortable in hearing the MOU that regarding the change of name and how we're going to truly address the needs of the needs of those 13, 15, 14 to 15 special needs students. I know that the parents of special needs students are concerned about them getting all the support that they need to be successful, and I have to be confident that we can do that. So with that being said, I am asking that we extend it to the 90-day window and address establishing an MOU and what have you, because I am not comfortable enough right now to vote to approve. That's where I am.
I just want to make sure I understand based on our attorney's comment earlier about there being current litigation. So based on what he said, if that litigation goes through, I guess, is it that it'll change it to 60 days? And so if that is changed to 60 days, does that mean then if we haven't made a decision yet, they'll automatically be approved? I'm still trying to understand that comment.
Sure,
Because
sure.
if we don't do
I'm trying
something
to
tonight.
understand it as well, to be honest with you. I mean, until but it's not this charter school that is in litigation. It is a
Yeah.
charter school and charter schools down in Los Angeles that are saying, if you don't take action within 60 days, then we are automatically renewed. There is at least one judge in Los Angeles County that has gone with that argument and said, that's correct, you have 60 days to take action. I would say the majority of school districts in the state are, for right now, still holding to the 90-day time. And so it's not going to be clear until a court of appeal says it, which we're not at yet, that it's
Okay.
90 days or 60 days, or the legislature changes it to make it expressly clear that it's 60 days or 90 days.
And that's not something that can happen anytime soon.
It's not something that I am expecting to happen within the next 6 months or so, no.
Okay, so then could it be something that we decide on within, say, the next board meeting or the board meeting after that?
Yeah, we would, to meet the 90-day, I'd have to look at the calendar, but to meet the 90 days, it would be within the next 2 board meetings.
Okay.
Can I have an opportunity to say something?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to just address a couple things. It's my understanding that you guys have 90 days, just so you know. That's what my lawyer said, that's what I've always gone by. You have to have a public hearing within 60 days, so we can come out and say hi. And then at 90 days, you guys, school boards make that decision. So that's my understanding of it. So the whole 60-day thing was news to me. So, so that's news to me. The other thing is I wanted to make clear the distinction between a dependent charter school and an independent charter school. So we are an independent charter school. We get all of our LCFF funding. We pay for all of our special education. We pay for all of our IEPs, for all of our psych services. We pay for all of that. But OT, you name it, we pay for that out of our money. That doesn't come out of your pocket because we're independently funded. So the only, at least, just kind of broadly speaking, the only money that you would have to put out is oversight. And we pay you 1% of our expenses every year for an oversight fee. So there's little to no financial burden on MPUSD or on any school district for that matter, for an independently funded charter school. The cost is when they're dependently funded because you guys are then paying for everything that the charter school is doing. So that's second clarification. There was one more, and now I forgot what it was. Special education, independently funded. What was that? Yeah, thank you. So we are also part of a charter SELPA. So we're not part of the Monterey County SELPA. We've got our own charter SELPA that manages our special education, oversees us. We go through the same processes as MPUSD does for their special education. Oh man, now I forgot the second thing. I almost remembered it, and then you interrupted me and gave me good information. That's totally okay though. The third thing, it was special education, it was the independently funded. We've been operating within MPUSD's boundaries since 2008. So our impact on MPUSD has been being felt since 2008. When we started in 2008, well, I started with the school in 2012. When we started in 2012, we had 75 students. We now only have 100 students. We're only going to go up to 125 if we can. 100, 110 is about our maximum. So that's where we are as far as the fiscal impact on the school and student populations from MPUSD. And then I was thinking about our special education students when I sat down, because I was not standing up here in front of everybody in a microphone. And so when I sat down, we have 4 students that have autism, just so you know. They've got one-to-one aids. We meet their needs and we have 1 visually impaired student too. So we do a good job. That I just want to make that really clear. I know there's a lot of hostility towards charter schools, and I know that you guys don't want another one and all that stuff, but we've been doing a good job since 2008. We will continue to do so. And we are very fiscally in a great spot. So, okay, thank you, and I'll stop.
Okay. And go ahead, Trustee Ostow.
One more comment that I thought of the other day, and the focus today has been a little bit different, but one thing that I've liked about what I've learned about Big Sur Charter is the hybrid model. What I see a benefit for our community is that for the families that are opting for homeschooling, this provides those students that they serve a little safety net of somebody outside the home working with those families. And so I just wanted to bring a little positivity and that thought that I have, that there is a little safety net for these homeschooled families in our community.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Vice President.
So thank you again for the conversation. I do want to support Dr. Less's suggestion on coming back with an MOU. We're also really curious if we can come back with a little more data about the charter, maybe about the enrollment for the past 2 years. What does that look like? If students left, where did they go? Things of that nature. Just thinking about it being within our boundaries, there is an ADA cost for ourselves. So if that can be a part of the information to bring back, I can support that.
Okay. Anything else? All right. So is the motion to table this?
Mr. President, my motion is to table this and ask staff to bring back the information that we have been discussing this evening, and to support us in remaining within the 90-day window to finalize the process.
Okay.
Whatever that timeline requires.
Okay. We have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Vice President. Any other comments or questions from the board? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll table it for now. All right. Thank you. We'll now move, discuss and approve the purchase of 775 Chromebooks from Tech to School for students across grades TK-12. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you, and good evening. So the item in front of you this evening is to purchase Chromebooks for across the district use. Just a point of clarification, we don't currently use Chromebooks in the TK classrooms, and this wouldn't be adding Chromebooks to a TK classrooms. This would be augmenting the existing Chromebooks that we have for replacement. So it's not adding any new additional Chromebooks across the district. We have these in reserves, and we replace them on an annual basis as there's normal wear and tear and breakage that happens. And so this particular purchase is just for replenishment of the existing Chromebooks that we have.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board? Go ahead, Trustee Khan.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you know, like, how much on average, like, one Chromebook would cost to our district, just, you know, per student, like how much one Chromebook costs?
It's roughly around $350. There's a licensing fee and some other taxes, but that's roughly the dollar amount.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay. How about comments or questions from the public on this item? I see a hand, but I don't see a hand. There it is. Okay, we will go to online to Jen Rigney. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the board. I'm a parent who deeply cares about the future of MPUSD schools. This was an interesting board meeting to attend with what just happened at the last item. We know we need to make MPUSD the best option for all families living in the district, so families don't opt out of a public education system committed to serving every child. I have a kindergarten at Monte Vista, TK through 8. I'm also a developmental psychologist, and I work for a community organization committed to healthy child development. And these roles all shape how I interpret the use of ed tech and other digital media in schools. And I know I've written an email to all of you regarding item 8F, and I just wanted to highlight a couple points. So thank you for addressing the TK issue, because that was one of my concerns, that we were going to be giving Chromebooks to 4-year-olds. And then my second point is to suggest a pause on authorizing this contract to purchase more Chromebooks until MPUSD is able to start developing a technology plan to guide decisions related to screens and ed tech. I provided some links to some examples in my email. For example, LAUSD recent board resolutions on using tech with intention, and also Pacific Grove's draft technology plan that they shared last week. I've also spoken to Superintendent Diffenbaugh, and I know that the district is open and interested in developing an intentional tech plan. Other parents I've spoken to at Monte Vista are hoping we can eliminate the one-to-one Chromebook use in kindergarten and first grade, just like LAUSD did. These Chromebooks could then be repurposed for other grades. Eliminating the one-one device usage in the early grades might be a win-win. Parents would appreciate this and might save the district some money. So thank you so much for listening to my comment.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. I appreciate the public comment because I do like the idea of looking into a resolution just to talk about screen time for our little ones. And maybe having a presentation on what the district provides and how we're just doing maybe a campaign or awareness on just screen time for our young ones. But I would like to favor in approving this and at a later time coming back with some sort of resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Velasquez, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to agree with Trustee Mayor Montez on that. One of the things that I have to point out is that for some of the students in our district, these Chromebooks are their only exposure to technology, outside of possibly having a cell phone, and some of our students don't even have their own cell phones. And we're in a technically advanced age, so we have to be exposing them to this technology. But I do believe that for our younger students, that we probably should review and create a policy regarding screen time, because it does, affect their mental health. I mean, pretty much some people have compared these devices to a modern day Skinner box that's basically rewiring us. So I think that policy is important, that, reviewing the policy and making sure we come out with a policy for our younger ones, and then also, of course, in partnership with our parents in regards to what they do at home in regards to limiting screen time. But I am one that I would be remiss if, we didn't approve these Chromebooks, because again, for some students, this is their only piece of technology. So, that is something that has to be considered.
Yeah, just thank you for that. I just wanted to reiterate, these are replacement Chromebooks, right? So these will be used to replace broken Chromebooks. So if we don't approve this, then essentially, kids would be using broken Chromebooks. So just want to make sure this isn't about expanding or anything. This is just about replacement. With that said, I do know there's been interest, particularly from Monte Vista parents, and we are certainly willing to engage in that and communicate what the current state standards are, what our current practices are, and then my recommendation is that we would use for a new policy, we would use the policy committee and the process that we've set up for policy to be able to bring that forward for the board to consider, rather than making a decision on a different type of item.
Trustee Ostow.
Much of the same sentiment as what's been said. The one thing I also want to add is I don't want to pause this purchase, because with global shipping the way it is, it'll only become more expensive. So to replace these Chromebooks right now will actually save our district money in the long run.
Okay. Dr. Lusk.
Thank you. I would like to also move forward with this item tonight. However, I do want to see the policy that you referenced, Dr. DeFama, that the policy subcommittee would bring to us as a board, policy related to technology and what have you, and the use of it. And I support Trustee Velasquez's comment as it relates to the screen time that our students are now exposed to. But I certainly don't want our pool of resources, replacement Chromebooks, to be depleted. And but I think that technology policy, as well as the report about the screen time that our students are presently being exposed to, is really critical to making the best decisions for our students. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Comments or questions from the public on this item? Go ahead.
Greetings, Terry Flanders from Los Arboles Middle School. Please don't slow down this requisition. We deal with broken Chromebooks and lack of replacements on the daily basis. And unfortunately, middle school students not always the most responsible with their Chromebooks. And I am the teacher who probably uses them the least in the classroom because of concerns about overuse, but they need them, and we need a stash of replacements. I'm transmitting what my librarian would be telling you right now because she goes through this all the time with not having enough for the students when they need a new one. And so thank you very much for considering that concern of getting them in the pipeline.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Soy María.
My name is Maria.
Estoy de acuerdo en que les renueven o reemplacen las computadoras a los niños, ya que es muy importante y estamos en la era de la tecnología.
I also am in favor of replacing the Chromebooks. It's a new age, new technology age.
Pero algo que estoy de acuerdo con lo que mencionaron, deberían revisar las pólizas para ver cuánto tiempo pasan los niños en la computadora. Por ejemplo, yo que tengo mis niños y cuando voy al doctor, para mis hijos es muy importante controlar el tiempo de estar frente a una pantalla. Entonces, cuando uno va al médico como papá, dicen no más de 2 horas en una computadora o en algo que es electrónico. Entonces, yo veo que ustedes en las escuelas están usando mucho la tecnología.
But I also have to agree with what has been mentioned about limiting the time in front of screens. You also need to look at the policies and review those policies. As when I take my children to the doctor, they tell them like you're only supposed to be in front of the screen 2 hours, and I see that students are spending more time in front of the screen at schools.
Deberían de, bueno, mi humilde opinión sería de que deberían de aumentar más lo que es la escritura manual, la lectura como clubs de lectura, que los niños lean libros y que hagan escritura a mano, no que todo sea tecnológico, porque muchos niños ahorita ya ni siquiera saben escribir a mano, ya todo lo quieren hacer por computadora.
And in my opinion, you should encourage handwriting, teaching students how to write and read, create clubs at schools. Nowadays, a lot of students don't know how to write well paper with using pen and paper.
Por ejemplo, yo en lo personal, mi hijo tiene un problema en los ojos, entonces a mí el oftalmólogo me está diciendo, debes de limitarle el tiempo al niño en la computadora. No creo que solo sea mi hijo, yo creo que hay más niños y no están tomando en cuenta de que hay niños que están dañados en los ojos y eso de tener mucho tiempo en la computadora en vez de ayudarles les está afectando.
So my son has a condition, eyesight condition, and the doctor tells him you're not supposed to be on the screen for a long time. And I'm sure that there's other students that are being affected by being in front of the screen for a long time as well.
Yo estoy de acuerdo en que reemplacen las computadoras, pero también sería bueno que limiten el tiempo y que vean cuánto tiempo están los estudiantes al frente de un monitor.
So I am in favor of approving replacing the Chromebooks, but you should also look at how much time students are spending in front of the computers.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? All right. I thought I had a hand up there online.
Yes, you did.
And it went, there it is. All right, how about, we'll go to the last three, the phone number 902. Go ahead.
This is Nina Beatty. I didn't hear the first part of this discussion, but critical part of this discussion is the exposure of kids to these wireless devices. The previous speaker talked about eye impacts. Microwave radiation exposure can cause cataracts. The blue light, in addition, can damage the eyes from these devices. These devices need to be cabled. Kids carrying them against their chest. This is a huge, and the antennas radiating into their chests, or having them on their laps where it's radiating their reproductive organs, their bladders, their colons. This is a very this use of this technology is fraught with big health risks. And the younger the kids are, the more they're impacted by this. Their systems are developing, their immune systems, their neurological systems. And by instituting these in the schools, which was a mistake in the beginning, I agree, pen and paper, handwriting, which teaches dexterity, particularly important with boys. All these things, we had a lot of strengths in the childhood, in the schools of my youth, which we've abandoned. And we need to come back to that, because what these kids are learning is, receiving, is health impacts. That'll be short-term, long-term. You've got kids already that have microwave sickness or electromagnetic sensitivity, and they're less and less able to be around anything electronic because it causes headaches, nausea, it can cause heart arrhythmia, all kinds of physical abnormalities, which will worsen with their exposure as they go through school with all the wireless components in it. So I urge you to visit this, not through a lengthy policy committee that will take months and months, but that you look at the research. I'm going to be sending you the documentation from many sources. These are expert, scientific, some of it federal government issues. You need to be looking at this and realizing that these Chromebooks, especially the younger the child, the younger the exposure, which means the longer term they're going to be exposed to this radiation, it's going to cause more and more damage. For what? For what? Because some state official said that this is the way of the future. No, this is the way of the future is poor health, poor mental health, cancer, DNA damage, and offspring that will have reproductive defects. This is not a good plan. So I urge you to halt using Chromebooks particularly starting with the elementary schools, and start phasing them out going up. There's other ways to use technology safely in the school.
Thank you for your comment. We will go ahead and move over to the next public comment. I see a hand raised. Meg, go ahead. I see that you're unmuted, Meg, but we cannot hear you. We'll give you a few more seconds. If you have trouble with the audio, maybe feel free to use the chat box, but we will have to move forward. All right, we'll have to move on to our next public comment. Thank you. Is there any more public comment in the room and or on screen? All right, we'll move forward to approving or not approving this item. I'll open it up to the board. Oh, go ahead, Trustee Offsettle.
I don't see our next policy meeting scheduled yet, but is it a possibility that we can put this on the agenda for the next board policy meeting?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead and open up to the board.
Ready for you,
for approval.
I move approval for the Chromebook purchase.
I'll second.
Thank you. We got approval for Trustee Offsettle and a second for Dr. Lusk. All in favor?
Aye.
Voted unanimous. We'll go ahead and move over to the next item. Item 8G, discuss and ratify bids for the state projects at Marina Vista Elementary School and Monterey Adult School.
So there are two project approvals in front of the board this evening. These both came at a prior board meeting for delegation of authority. So as always, as projects bid in between board meetings, as you delegate authority to us to approve those, we always bring back the full contracts for your approval. These would be to ratify the projects for Marina Vista Elementary School campus modernization. There were 4 bids received. Tombleson was the lowest responsive bidder at about $1.8 million for a total bid with the allowance of $2,054,000. Monterey Adult School Modernization Phase 2, there were also 4 bidders, and Tombleson again was the lowest responsive bidder at a base bid of for around $1.5 million with an allowance of $150,000. So the total award amount is around $1.7 million.
Thank you. Go ahead and open up to the board with any comments or questions. Do not see any comments or questions. Opening up to the public. If any public has any comments or questions, please come up to the podium or raise your hand on screen. All right, see no public comments, so I'll pass it back to the board for approval.
I move approval.
Second.
We have an approval from, a first from trustee Offsetto and a second from trustee Velasquez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. And we will go ahead and move over to the next item, item 8H, discuss and approve contract with Alevio Learning for additional staffing support and curriculum and after-school programming in the 2026-2027, cost not to exceed $1,420,044.98.
Yes, thank you so much. So this work, we're already a partner with Alevo. It's to support our ongoing work that we're doing with them, especially into the summer, so that we have the staffing available to support our students.
Okay, board, any questions? Comments? How about any public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from trustee Offsettle. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item I, discuss and approve service agreement with Comp Health Medical Staffing to provide staffing services to special education students.
Good evening, board. The resolution, the annotation in front of you is regarding services for 26-27 to cover speech and language pathology, therapist, occupational therapist, and a physical therapist. These are contracted services right now. We continue to recruit for district therapists, and we have an agreement with Comp Health that in the event throughout this time, as we approach 26-27, if we're able to hire a district staff member, we'll reduce the contracts down. But this is to ensure that we have services in place for fall.
Okay, any comments or questions from the board? Go ahead, trustee Offsettle.
I raised my hand really high. So a question I have is, are any of these names people that have been on contract this past year?
Yes.
While I don't want to put the continuity for the students at risk, is there a way that we can look at this and say, if you love working at our district, please come work for us?
We are trying. So there's benefits through contracted services that the district is just not set up to do.
I'm well aware.
Okay.
I came here as a traveler.
There you go. So continuity is very important to us, and having a lot of contractors makes that difficult. So when we do have someone who's interested in staying, there's like tax implications if they come from other states. There's things that they're working on and working through. And so those who are interested in staying, we have non-compete agreements within the contract, so we can't go to them and say, hey, I want you to stay. But those who have shown an interest, we are working with HR on the hiring process to see if we could be competitive with the salary that they're offering. There's housing stipends that they're getting through the contracted agencies. There's other perks, that are just different from a public agency, and so, or the public school system. So we're trying to work within that and support our staff staying. But there's not a lot that are on that list, but there are some repeating, and there are some who have left because they have to be here for a year. They left to do their other assignment and are coming.
So they
coming
can
back.
have the tax benefit.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the board? How about comments or questions from the public on this one? All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
President Jennings.
I apologize. Thank you.
Bueno, yo quiero preguntar de que si hay alguna manera de que evalúan al personal que nuevo que regresa, a lo que yo entendí o que traducieron, que algunos se van y otros regresan. ¿Hay alguna manera de que evalúan al personal cuando lo ingresan o que es nuevo para sabiendo que es buen personal para los niños?
Question, is there a way to evaluate the people that are coming back to see if it's a good candidate to work with the students? Is there a way to evaluate?
Yes, thank you for your question. So all of the staff that we bring in through contract agencies, they also go through an interview process with us, including reference checks, because we want to make sure that their experience aligns with what we're looking for the district.
Mi otra pregunta es, ¿cómo le designan el maestro o manejador del caso a un niño con necesidades especiales o con IEP? Porque en lo personal, el año pasado, el primer maestro que trabajó con mi hijo no funcionó. Yo me fui a la idea de que ese maestro no es bueno, no lo sé, para mi hijo no funcionó porque no se hizo como un estudio que era buen maestro para él. Gracias a Dios y gracias a ella también, que fue en la última reunión de mi hijo, me pudieron encontrar el equipo perfecto para mi niño, pero batallamos un año perdido que ya no se puede recuperar.
La primera parte era cómo se determina.
¿Cómo se determina cómo darle cada maestro que es teacher al estudiante?
So how do you determine a teacher if that teacher's a good fit for the case? Since in her experience, she lost a year of having a teacher who wasn't the right fit, and thanks to you, you were able to find the perfect team for her child, and now she lost the student lost a year of school.
I can speak with you.
Le puede contestar personalmente. Sí.
Okay. Pues solamente agradecerles, y yo sé que de primero es difícil encontrarlo, pero con el trabajo que ustedes han hecho y con el trabajo que ha hecho la señorita Rivera, gracias a Dios puedo decir que hoy hemos encontrado el equipo que va a ayudar a que mi hijo no se quede abajo y que no repruebe y que en el futuro pueda llegar a estudiar la carrera que él quiere. Muchas gracias.
So just thank you for all the work that you've done along with Katie. She was able to, or they were able to find the perfect team to work with her son, and now her son is able to, study and become anything that he wants to become, thanks to the hard work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Otra vez, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Y quisiera ver si se me hace más soporte para el de recursos humanos, para que les den un poquito cada 3 meses, cada 6 meses, entrenamiento a las personas para que refresquen lo que tienen que hacer en las clases.
¿A los maestros?
A los maestros de educación especial.
I would like to request if there's some type of training every 6 months to the teachers, just as a refresher of what they need to do, all the things that they need to, the list of things that they need to work on.
Las reglas de la escuela y las clases.
Class rules, school rules.
Porque eso personalmente me ha estado sirviendo bastante para mi niño.
Because it's helped personally with her son.
Está un poco difícil, pero es cambio muy rápido. El cambio se está viendo que está trabajando conmigo.
And it's hard, but the outcome is really positive. You can see the outcome, positive outcome.
Lo he visto.
I've seen
Y
it
le
personally.
agradezco al Señor.
And thank you. And thank
Manuel,
you, Mr. Núñez,
El de la
Dr. Núñez.
educación, de recursos humanos, gracias.
Thank you to
Gracias a los
HR
dos,
department.
porque están ayudándome mucho.
Because you've helped me a lot too.
He visto los cambios.
I've seen the changes.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? All right, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Velasquez and a second from the Vice President. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, discuss and approve Resolution 25/26-31, final resolution on dismissal of certificated employees due to reductions and elimination of particular kind of services. Dr. Tiffenbaugh.
Yes, I'll turn this and the next one over to Dr. Núñez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. So the two items that are before you, the first one is a resolution. It authorizes us to issue the final layoff notices before March 15th. If you recall, you adopted a resolution before March 15th aligning the positions that we were giving preliminary notices. This is authorizing the actual final layoff notices. For certificated staff, we're actually only notifying 2 employees. The rest of the reductions are all vacant positions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? All right, how about questions or comments from the public on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from the Vice President. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, discuss and approve Resolution 25/26-32, final resolution ordering the dismissal of certain classified staff due to layoff.
Similarly, this resolution authorizes us to issue final layoff notices for classified staff due to layoffs. There are 4.3 FTE, if you will, that are impacted by the actual layoff. They'll receive a final layoff. These are individuals that did not have bumping rights into other positions, or they're either leaving or relocating to another place. The total would be 24.6 FTE that are actually being eliminated, that are vacant positions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? About questions or comments from the public? All right, we'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Ofsted and a second from the Vice President. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, item L, discuss and adopt resolution 25/26-33, support for CSBA's SOS for Student Achievement campaign. Dr. DeVimbo.
Yes, I actually was able to attend a lunch and learn on this today. This is California School Boards Association. SOS for Student Achievement is a framework and followed by some bills that are actually going through the legislature to try to support the state and the districts to continue to work to improve student achievement, particularly focused on closing opportunity gaps. What I like about this campaign, and I'm supportive of this resolution, is that CSBA is really focusing on state-level coherence and state-level policy and practice to ensure that it is aligned to districts to ensure that there isn't wasted energy in places that don't lead to positive student outcomes. So they talked a lot about reciprocal accountability, where yes, districts are accountable for results, but they've never the state has never focused on itself to ask how they could hold themselves accountable to ensure student success. One of the particular bills that's going through that is very exciting is a bill that will limit reports that are required for the state if they are not relevant, and that is moving through the legislature, and there's a lot of fanfare from a lot of districts who we complete a lot of reports that we're not sure where they go or what they are used for, but we spend a lot of time doing it. So this resolution's coming before you tonight, and after, if it is approved, we'll send this on to our liaison, who then will pass that on to the campaign. And then she also mentioned today on the webinar that she will reach out for potential folks to speak up to help some of these bills as they pass through the legislature.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board? Dr. Lusk.
No question, but I will just let you see the SOS for student achievement. This is the CSBA member. Each one of us can have access to this activation toolkit. You can go on the website and print your copy. It's about 21 pages. Valuable information, things that we can do as individual board members within our districts, within the counties, and what have you. So it's kind of the template talking point, a template that will provide talking points for each of us as individual board members to support this campaign to address closing those achievement gaps for the specific ethnic groups. And I'm just really happy to know that today, after how many years, maybe 25, Mr. Uchida, when this entire district, Dr. Diffenbaugh, was under the category of an underperforming district, and specifically the Seaside schools, not just Seaside High, were really classified as underachievers, and the plan that they gave was not unified. It was not coherent, and it had a lot of do this, do that, but not a plan that would create the success that this plan will support. So I support 100% the resolution, and thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh, for being on the Zoom today. I'm not, were there a lot of?
Not a lot,
but the key people that needed to be there, especially for
Dr. Gus was
MPUSD.
there and others, so yeah, it was good.
Wonderful.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. Yeah, I just also want to thank Dr. Lusk for their service at CSBA and learning a lot about this resolution and the efforts that CSBA is doing at Delegate Assembly. So I was really impressed by the presentation given to our delegates across the state. We do have our meeting this weekend coming up, so just really excited about that. And shout out to Rachel Wells, who is our PACER within our delegates region, and she's the one that connected us about this resolution to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the board? All right, how about public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll make motion.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from the Vice President, second from Dr. Lusk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right. Now we will move to consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Education in one motion. There's no discussion on these items before the board vote unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent agenda. It's understood that administration recommends approval of all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the members of the governing board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Board, are there any items that you would like to pull for further discussion? All right, anybody from the public have any items that they would like to pull for further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from trustee Hofstadter and a second from trustee Uchida. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now move to information items. Review and discuss board bylaw 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits on and corresponding exhibits. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, this is, came to the Board Policy Committee, and the Board Policy Committee thought come to the full board as an information item for discussion. I do have just a brief overview presentation, and we're going to cover both the board bylaw having to do with remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits, and then also board bylaw having to do with student board members, because that's somewhat related. So I'll go quickly through this, but essentially the law changed effective January 2026 that outlined compensation structures for school districts, for governing boards, as it had not been updated for quite some time. And it raised the limits depending on the size of the district to between $600 and $4,500 per month. It called that for each member of the governing board to receive monthly compensation. Board members are not, however, required to accept the monthly compensation, and on an annual board member basis, the board may amend this bylaw to increase compensation in the amount not to exceed 5%. The maximum monthly pay is based on the average daily attendance of the size of the district, and it allows for monthly payments for meetings that are attended. So if there was a meeting missed and it wasn't for one of the allowable causes, and there's a procedure that the board would have to do to, as a resolution to make sure that that's clear that the board member was missed for an allowable cause. So there's a procedure behind that. As I mentioned, it's permissible for 5% increase, and relevant to us, we fall within the 1,000 to 10,000 ADA, which would allow for a compensation of board members up to $1,200 per month. So again, that's the maximum that would be allowable. In terms of student board members, the governing board supports the high school students to be part of the governance team. They're chosen by a vote of the board after a written application. We select in our district 4 board members with the goal of having each high school represented, and student members would be recognized at meetings as full members. What the options for the school board member compensation could be monetary compensation equal to elected school board members, elective course credit for the calculated by the time that is put into being a student board member, professional development and reimbursement for travel, as well as official recognition. Elective course credit could be offered in lieu of any monetary compensation. Again, there's a formula you'd have to use to calculate instructional minutes in order to provide the credit. And the activities is not just attending the board meetings, but the time spent reviewing materials or participating in workshops, conferences, and that students must have their attendance at such functions documented in order to receive credit. Professional development, we're very proud to offer this to our students, both attending the CSBA annual conference, as well as some online virtual trainings, some trainings locally that Monterey County School Boards Association has put on, as well as the California Association of Student Councils, et cetera, and there's reimbursement for travel expenses. Official recognition is through presentations of plaques, et cetera, public spotlight, mentorship networking, and also can be used valuable for college applications. So that just gives a brief overview, and this is an information item, so no action is required or sought tonight, but more to give direction so that when we can come back with a policy, we would essentially fill it in with the direction of the board.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. First question, when it says 5%, does that mean 5% of our current stipend, or?
I think after you set, the board sets whatever the new level would be, if there is a new level, then it would be 5% of that moving forward.
Got it, thank you.
And that's, I believe it's a may, so it doesn't mean that it has to, but it couldn't be more than 5%.
Thank you, thank you. And then question in regards for our student board members, the seal of civic engagement, will that work qualify? Like there's the work that they do here, does that qualify towards the SILA civic engagement?
Yes, I think it would, but maybe you could explain a little bit more, Ms. McIntosh. I just don't want to speak on, yes.
Yes, absolutely. There is a process that students need to submit in order to show that they're meeting the specific criteria, but obviously they're engaging in civic engagement, so they can use that as an opportunity to submit and do that. Mhm.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see our student board members receive some type of compensation, whether it's a scholarship, the SILA civic engagement, those different types of value, I think is really important. In regards to the school board members, I did a lot of research and conversations across trustees across the state, so I did my best to really try to condense my talking points, so I will do my best to share this. But I am actually leaning towards a small increase for our board just based on the new law of AB 1390 and thinking about representation, knowing that our students are primarily from underserved and under-resourced communities, Latino and BIPOC communities, and history to our knowledge shows that we only have had 3 Latino board members in history serve, along with other BIPOC representatives. Being a low count, I believe that our community deserves representation at a decision-making table from people who understand their lived experience. So low trustee compensation does create barriers for younger leaders, working parents, educators, community advocates who cannot afford to volunteer extensive hours unpaid. Better compensation broadens a pool of candidates to help us diversify our leadership. And board service should be accessible to our working families. Trustees spend countless hours preparing for meetings, reviewing budgets, attending trainings, visiting schools, responding to families, and overseeing multi-million-dollar decision-making. So increasing a compensation, I see here that's $1,200. I believe that's way too much. I think that we do a lot of this work because of the willingness to support our students and knowing that we are in a tough time budget-wise. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the amount went down at some point from folks and stuff. So thinking if there is a modest increase and not even doubling that amount, I would be open to that, or potentially almost doubling the amount of what we currently have. So increasing compensation somewhere between $500 and $700. I still believe is modest, but it makes public service more realistic for working class families and community members. I know our district serves nearly 10,000 students, ADA, so the $220 per month it does not reflect our real workload and responsibility. I do believe that strong governance improves student outcomes. Trustees oversee, as I mentioned, district budgets, academic policies, labor agreements, student safety, superintendent accountability. These decisions impact thousands of our students and hundreds of our employees. We should want highly engaged, prepared, and accountable trustees to serve. So modest compensation does support professionalism and long-term commitment to the role. As I mentioned already, under AB 1390, the state does recognize that trustees' pay no longer reflects today's realities, and the limits remain largely unchanged for decades despite the inflation increase of responsibilities. I'll skip that, I already said that. So fiscal responsibility, we can acknowledge the reality of district budgets cuts while also recognizing that a strong governance is essential during these difficult financial times. Periods of financial uncertainty require more trustee engagement, oversight, transparency, and accountability. So this really is about equity and access, not personal gain. No one is getting rich serving a school board. We all know this. And this proposal is about removing financial barriers to civic participation. The cost of candidate statements have restricted members of our community to really consider serving. So thinking of those realities that are happening here within our district. So when only people have financial privilege can afford to serve, our governance does become less representative of the families that we do serve. So yeah, compensation should allow community-rooted leaders to participate without sacrificing their household stability. As a single mom, I can attest to this. In closing statement, I'll just say, we truly value diverse leadership and equitable representation on this board. I know that. So let's make our board service accessible to working families, increase trustee compensation to a modest and reasonable level helps ensure our governance reflects the community we serve. So when budgets are tight, the voices most impacted by those decisions deserve representation. By supporting financial flexibility to serve, our governance reflect all across the district. Accessibility to public service matters. And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment from the board? Comments or questions? Go ahead, Trustee Blasquez.
Thank you, Trustee Miramontes, for your comments. I actually was one of those board members that when I first ran, I could not afford my statement. One of the other things too, being a special needs mom, my son doesn't qualify for regular childcare because my son is 6'2" and 230 pounds. And at this time, he does not receive respite, so I am paying for someone to take care of him right now. And they're not cheap because he's not a little kid. So for parents like me, the increase would help with that. And then I also wanted to say, I did notice in here in one of the options in regards to healthcare, and I think that is, that would also be a major incentive piece or something that, you know, people serving on the board, that could help parents like me also in regards to that healthcare piece, because a lot of places when you add that dependent, it skyrockets. So having something for board members to where it could be a board member plus, you know, one dependent or maybe plus their spouse and still having it affordable, that would also, I think, be something to consider too, if we don't increase the compensation, maybe looking at that also, or doing both. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments from the board? All right, how about comments or questions from the public? All right, this is an information item. You have some info to go back to policy with?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, so this information item, so now we'll move to communications from board members. Board member communication is an opportunity for board members to share with the public events, activities, and other communication they deem relevant to the public. It's understood that items raised during the board communication section are not on the adopted agenda, and therefore no further discussion will occur. And we'll start over here, board member communication.
Yes, well, I've only actually been to one event since the last board meeting, and that was the event where PK and Miss Ash were honored, and that was actually a really fun event, and I finally got to wear one of my grandmother's hats. But I also got some, I guess, information from the Monterey County Free Public Libraries, and so I know Ms. Whitmire is on, Dr. Whitmire is on Zoom, and so I do have your postcards of Ann Haddon that I'm going to pass over to Trustee Offsettle to get to you, but Ann Haddon was the first Monterey County librarian that delivered books in Big Sur on a donkey. So she was that dedicated to making sure that our children were having access to literature. I also left a little brochure in regards to Monterey Free Public Libraries.org. Basically, it's like digital access 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So they're just getting that information out. The website is www.emcfl.org, to where you can even access the digital libraries along with books and audiobooks and things of that sort. So I have those there by the door, and that is it.
Trustee Offsettle, communications.
I just want to commend the Monterey High School thespians that were in Once Upon a Mattress. It was very entertaining, and my kids laughed as well, which for my 9-year-old son is, with musical theater, not always easy to do. And I just want to shout out all of the educators in Monterey County who were honored at the Teacher and Staff Awards on Friday night. Always a joyful event, and very proud for our MPUSD teachers and staff that were nominated and won awards.
All right, Dr. Lusk, communications.
Thank you. So ditto with about the celebration on Friday night. It was incredible. Teacher of the Year from Seaside High School. I'm just so proud of that, and our Marina Child Care Classified Staff Member of the Year. just really, and I had the opportunity to hear about so many of the day-to-day activities at the Marina Children's Center. It was a pleasure sitting with her that evening. Also, want to share how great it was to be at Seaside Middle School for their open house, to talk with the community liaison, Mr. Stokes, and the principal and vice principal. We're very, very open to answering questions from parents and students who were visiting. They did the articulation program. They were visiting from Orteris Elementary School, and these students were so excited about going to the art show that was taking place, because many of them are interested in being artists and dancers and what have you. So it was great to see that taking place. And then I had the opportunity to visit the adult school open house, the Monterey Adult School open house. And it was just great to see how the teachers were preparing their students to really take charge and to provide the tour for all visitors. And my second grade student was really Tony. Tony, you remember Tony? Well, maybe you don't, Mr. Uchida. But Tony was our Diaz was a kindergarten teacher in our district for years and years and years. His daughter is a teacher at the adult school, and they have done some phenomenal things as it relates to teaching students how to look at geography and finding themselves in the world, and then engaging us in activities as well. It was great to see the child care program and to hear about how that has been upgraded. So truly enjoyed visiting the areas in our school district that has really grown significantly, and under the leadership of Beth, and the garden, the community garden, that is, there was no trash along that area. And I recall being a teacher in that classroom, and there was never a day that we didn't have go out with our students to pick up the trash. The community has partnered with them, and it is an ideal garden for community, even on the weekends. So thank you, staff, and for the great work that we see occurring at our sites. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lusk. Vice President, Communications.
Yes, also wanted just to shout out the Derby night for PK and Janet for receiving their awards. That was actually absolutely incredible. Also attended the Teacher of the Year awards with my kiddos. It's been nice to be able to drag them around on a lot of these things. And shout out to our custodian, JP Juan Aviles, for getting his nomination from Seaside High School. He was my soccer coach, so it's really cool to see him and just catch up and congratulate him. Shout out to D-Lamp. They had their concert yesterday and tonight, so my daughter performed yesterday. My son's performing tonight, so I was not able to attend that, nor will I be able to attend his birthday in our next board meeting, but birthday breakfast. Maybe tardy to school, just kidding. And then this Friday we'll be attending with D-Lamp a field trip to the aquarium. Excited to see the littles across second grade to be able to experience that. So yeah, just thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Uchida.
Thank you, Mr. President. Same thing, that attending all these wonderful recognitions. PK's picture was on that screen a lot, and so deserving that we get recognized like that, and at the superintendent level, and obviously we know that Janet, for all she does for our district, and how fortunate we are to have her in that position, and to honor the teachers and classified members the other day. And that was truly, they are deserving of those awards. And a recognition, I think, of Dr. Gus and all that she does. She is phenomenal. So we will be missing her leadership in that role. And my last comment is that to shout out to the girls softball team making it into the play-in competition this Thursday. The game was originally set at Los Arbos, but it was changed to North County. So a play-in, they have 2 play-in games and then make it into the tournament. So good luck to our softball team. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. Trustee Han, go ahead.
Just one more time, I wanted to recognize all the civic engagement action projects. I know personally, I don't know if you noticed, but I went to go stand up with my group and presenting ours, and yeah, we came together and we were all talking about something, what's something that we want to do, and everyone like sort of had a consensus that we wanted to focus on like more like life skill classes. Like we felt like we didn't really have those in our school yet, and so we found a good time for it, flex time, and like when we were out during lunch telling people about it, we got more people signed up than we could handle, like we could hold in the flex room. So that was just so cool to see. And then I actually got to like lead the CPR like instruction class because I have like a background in like emergency medicine. So it was really fun because that's what I love to talk about and help teach. And then later, like as I was walking around the halls, like in the next few days, like some kids like stopped me and said like, "Oh, thank you so much for the lesson and stuff." So it was just really meaningful for me. And that was just one of our flexes, and we're planning to do more. And it was really cool to take like this one project and turn it into hopefully a longer term thing that students next year and even after I graduate can keep going. And I know that the rest of the projects, I know a lot of them too are gonna have like long term effects. And this is just 1 year of us doing this. I'm really excited to see what kind of impacts can be made through more years of doing these types of projects.
Excellent, thank you. And I'm not going to add, because you guys, we were there. So anyway, we'll now, yes ma'am, go ahead.
I just want to share this with our student board member. Dr. Diffenbaugh spoke to us about the resolution for the SOS for our student achievement campaign at the CSBA level. And I have suggested that our CEO, executive director, use our student board members from throughout the state to form a panel to provide input to this campaign. And I've recommended you represent our district. And I'm very happy to know that you're not graduating because that probably is not going to take place until December. We're hoping to have a student strand during the training for student board members. And you have done such a phenomenal job as a student board member for our district. I'm just recommending that you represent us at that level as a voice on that panel or within that group. Are you willing to do that?
Answer right.
Yes, of course, of course.
Yes,
yeah, I'd be really
Sarah.
happy to. I'm excited.
Thank you, trustee.
Yeah, just keep me in the loop about everything. Yeah, I'd be really happy to.
Well, thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. We all heard, keep him in the loop. Yep. And one of the things we'll do is to provide a copy of the toolkit for this campaign so that you can just use that as homework to become familiar about the campaign itself. Okay?
Yes,
thank
of course.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you. Ms. Sash, thank you for working with our student board members. You do such a phenomenal job, and we appreciate it. But I think it's just time to showcase our students throughout the state because your voice is critical, I think, in this campaign. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, board members.
All right.
Thank you, colleagues.
Great. Okay, we'll now move to board request. Board requests are an opportunity for board members to request future items be added to the agenda by the agenda setting committee or to request information to be provided by the superintendent or designee to the board at a future date and time. It's understood that items raised during the board request section are not on the adopted agenda, therefore no further discussion will occur. I'm going to start on my left this time. Trustee Hunt, board request.
None, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Uchida, Vice President. Dr. Lusk.
Just want to reiterate the request that we made during our discussion earlier tonight, and that is that we get a technology policy with a report as much as possible on The screen time that our students are being exposed to within MPUSD, that I want to officially request.
Okay.
At this time, thank you.
All right, good. All right. Trustee Ofstettle, board request.
Mine's more clarification. Is the information item going back to the policy committee now, or will it come back for decisions made here?
I thought it would come back to decisions here, since it's gone through the policy committee and then heard here. I don't think it, that was
Okay.
my
I
understanding.
just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Trustee Velasquez.
Yes, just one request. There was a request by the historian initially for the Monterey Free County Libraries about possibly digitizing the yearbooks, but now we're hearing that that's not going to happen. And she is still getting requests for like previous year's yearbooks. And so I was wondering if possibly if we could reach out to LifeTouch, since they handle our yearbooks, to see if there's a way that they can make those available in regards to those requests, or somehow go through the district to make them available, because they get this request at the libraries all the time about, oh, do you have, you know, a 1970 yearbook for Monterey High or Seaside High or whatever. And initially the thought was, well, we can get the yearbooks and digitize them all, but now that right now is not going to happen because of everything else that she has to digitize. So is there a way that the district can step in to maybe fulfill these requests, to where the library can say, no, we can't do anything, but if you contact MPUSD, maybe they can, you know, assist with that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a look. All right, perfect. All right. Anybody else? Just one more shot? All right, cool. We're going to now move to advanced planning. Our next, well, first thing we have, May 21st is the retirement reception right here at the District Service Center. And then on May 26th, we have a regular board meeting right here at the District Service Center. And we'll now move to adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move. I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from the Vice President.
I'd like to
And I'll
do this adjournment in memory of Alfred P. I'm sorry. I would like to adjourn our meeting this evening in memory of Colonel Alfred P. Glover, who was a community leader, a community activist, and served the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District itself, as well as specifically the Seaside community, in a selfless manner. He really was a tireless builder who cultivated the growth of our learning community and the district as a whole for years and years and years. And I just think it's important for us to recognize his selfless dedication, and closing the board meeting in his memory is the way I'd like to see us do it. Thank you.
You good with that? Okay. All right. You good with your second with that? All right, so we'll close the board meeting in memory of Mr. Glover.
Colonel Alfred P. Glover.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you.